Hello, everyone. Hi there. Welcome to our. Hello, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay? Well, I'm judging by the fact there's not as much feedback. Nina, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, but it's really echoing for some reason.
Okay, we're just having a couple of technical difficulties that we'll sort out.
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear and see me. We had a few technical issues, so I'm just waiting for Rosie and Nina to join us.
Hi.
Nina, can you hear me?
I can hear you and no one is echoing.
Brilliant, that's great.
Exciting. Let's hope that Rosie can make it 3.
Amazing.
What would the pandemic be without a few technical issues, huh?
Don't know. Wait, if I take my headphones.
Hello.
Can you still hear me?
Third time's a charm indeed. Excellent. Rosie, let's get going.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got my super cool headphones on now, so hopefully that will help. So if we could please have our lovely slideshow up, Sam, that would be fantastic. Just waiting for that to come up. So we'll just introduce ourselves and crack on. So we are Peer Productions, and we are here today to talk to you about our project Generation Girls, and specifically the online content. So I'd just like to introduce the team. Nina.
My name's Nina. I'm the Artistic Director of Peer Productions, which is a youth arts charity. And 6 years ago, I set up Generation Girls. It's a programme for young women to talk about themselves, their relationships and their bodies using drama as a way to communicate and explore any issues associated with that.
Brilliant, thank you. And Lydia.
Hi everyone, my name's Lydia. I am an artist and theatre maker and a facilitator for Generation Girls and produce some of the content for Generation Girls Online.
Brilliant. And my name's Rosie. I'm the outreach coordinator for Peer Productions, and I sort of run the day-to-day nuts and bolts of Generation Girls and coordinated a lot of the online content as well. So let's get started. So this is us. Just checking that everyone can see that. Fantastic. Yeah. And in the top left-hand corner, that sort of represents how we started. Very much a group of girls coming together to support one another. Nina founded the project, and we had sort of developed it year after year to be an in-person project. And then these other 3 images have come from our online work. So we're going to be talking more about this later, but I wanted to give you a sort of visual representation of Generation Girls. So Generation Girls at a glance. It's an outreach project run by Peer Productions, which is a youth arts charity which Nina founded, as she said. And everything Peer Productions does, from the TIE work to the training of their actors and the outreach projects, everything has a real focus about using theatre for change. And so this project really encompasses a lot of Peer Productions' core values. Generation Girls is an outreach project that has pretty much up until the pandemic always been in person. It's been in SEN schools. It's a 10-week project, and our facilitators go in and work with the young girls week after week. Then the pandemic hit, and Nina's going to be talking more about this in a couple of slides' time, but we had to create some online resources, and that's really changed up what our offer is. The whole reason Generation Girls exists is because of the quite staggering statistics around sexual assault and sexual abuse in neurodiverse and disabled women and girls. And so our work is about really proactively engaging with those statistics and finding educational tools and learning techniques to support the girls so that they can be less vulnerable. We do this in an all-female space, and the work is specifically designed for autistic girls and girls with learning disabilities aged 11 to 19. So we really do cross the whole of secondary school and sixth form. So the project was founded by Nina, about 6 years ago now, Nina? Mm-hmm. So it's been running quite a long time, and we've worked with many, many schools within that time. And we offer specific topic-based workshops. So that means that in week 2, you might do mental health and well-being. Week 3, you might do consent and sexual relationships, and so on, covering all sorts of issues from social media to puberty, relationships, even being a good leader. And what we like to do is really tailor the work to the girls. We're passionate about educating these girls, and we specifically work on increasing confidence about consent and body agency. So a statistic that I often refer to is that in some research we did, 1 in 3 girls knew what consent was at the beginning of session 1. And by knew what consent was, that means that they could very roughly describe what it was. It wasn't a real kind of like, yes, I am 100% confident on that. And then by week 10, with every single group that I've worked with, 100% of the girls have come out of it and said, I know what consent is. I know how to do it in my day-to-day life. I know how to describe it, and I know when consent hasn't happened. And I can see that and I can articulate that. So that's a real big focus for us. Our team is made up of female and non-binary facilitators, and we're all theatre makers, actors, and community artists. And what that means is that the work that we do comes from a place of creativity. It's about using the skills we have as artists to communicate these issues in a way that perhaps a school can't. And that's really important to us. Generation Girls is expanding and growing all the time. And I have to say that this year particularly, well, really almost the last 2 years now, has really shifted the trajectory for Generation Girls. And Nina's going to be talking a little bit about that now.
So when the pandemic hit, it hit Peer Productions particularly hard, because we are an in-person organisation. We train people in person, we deliver plays face-to-face, we work with people in a room, and then suddenly it's like our superpower was cut off. So we had to very quickly and radically pivot into a digital space. And as the person leading this organisation, I have become digital savvy, but I absolutely wasn't at the beginning of this. I'm a playwright. It's all very analog up until the pandemic, and then a sudden quick shift. So for Generation Girls, at that time, we were in March 2020, we were 8 weeks into 2 projects and had multiple other projects planned for that year that all needed to be pulled immediately. And we knew that the need wasn't going to go away, and that we wanted to stay connected, not just to those young women and girls, but also to other young women and girls. And we managed to scrape together some funding from Berkshire Community Foundation, Surrey Community Foundation, and also Arts Council emergency funding. And this allowed us to create our online offer. So we came up with 8 online interactive workshops using a software called Prospero that I'm going to talk to you a bit about next. And they have the feel, the content, and the style of a Generation Girls workshop. These resources are free, highly accessible, and have been specifically created to be engaging for learning disabled and autistic young women and girls. So we thought quite carefully about which of the topics we cover we wanted to tackle first. We knew that as the world moved online at that time, everyone was spending much more time online, so online safety was very important. We knew that the crisis of the pandemic was hitting young people's mental health particularly hard, so that was also a key topic. And we chose those topics quite carefully to be something that we thought could be engaged with by young people working alone or with their families at home. We also developed scripts for parents to work with.
So we're just going to show you a short video now, which is in our Prospero scripts that sort of introduces the characters.
I've got no sound. Are you hearing this, Rosie?
I am. Can nobody else hear this?
Nobody else can hear it.
Okay, I think that might be because of my headphones. So let's take that out and go back.
Our wonderful Generation Girls will be here for us through our videos and activities. Let's say hello.
My name is Katie. I am a very calm person. I am amazing at cheering people up with my cheesy jokes. I have asthma and I love animals. I also love my boyfriend. I like going for walks with him. My family are very important to me, especially my pets. I have 2 cats called Lily and Millie. One day I want a home full of cats and dogs.
Hi, I'm Simran, but my friends call me Simmy. I love being a supportive friend and spending lots of time with my mates. I'm really good at listening and giving advice. I always stand up for myself and my friends if I think something is unfair or not right. My favourite thing about myself is I am good at science. Next year, I want to be on the school council and eventually I want to be head girl or prefect at my school.
Hello, my name is CJ, which is short for Clarissa Joy, but I only ever get called that when I'm being told off. I'm a confident person. I think I'm good at being kind to myself and making sure I do things that help me feel great, like exercising, drawing, or listening to music. I'm autistic, which I'm very proud of. The thing I like about myself the most is that I'm really creative. I'm a great singer and I write songs too. One day, I'd like a job that is in the music industry.
Katie, Simran and CJ will be here to cheer us on throughout Generation Girls Online. They can't wait to see you soon.
Brilliant. Apologies for the technical difficulties there. So Sam, if you could please pass on the screen share to Nina now, who's going to be talking you through some Prospero. Nina, I can't hear you at all. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure. So Nina's just had to log out and log back on again. So, I mean, in lots of ways, these technical difficulties really do sort of show up how complex online work can be. And one of the joys of Prospero is that it's already embedded, so there's no live elements. So it means the girls can access it at any time and it will be really kind of ready for them. On the flip side of that, you don't get that interactiveness, which we're having right now. So it's a real balance. So we're just waiting for Nina to come back so that she can do her demo. Please feel free to put any questions in the chat. We're going to be having a 10-minute Q&A at the end of the chat that we're having our little presentation. So if you wanted to think of any questions now, we won't answer them now, but we can certainly put them ready for the end of the talk.
In the meantime, shall I give everyone a taste of what we do at Generation Girls?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so smooth transition across my living room, and we'll do a little activity. We're
going to be skipping a little bit to Lydia's demonstration, and she is really just going to be kind of giving you a flavour of the sort of work we do. So if you'd like to imagine that your 14-year-old self, that might be really good.
Brilliant. Hi, Nina.
Still can't hear you, Nina.
We can go back to me later, but it won't let me screen share at all. So you'll have to screen share Prospero, Rosie. But let's go to Lydia. Sorry, everybody.
Brilliant. So we're going to give you a little flavour of some of the tasks and activities we do in our Generation Girls workshops and a little taste of some of our online content as well. So I wonder, Steph, if you could just have an eye on the chat. I would like to ask everyone, and if we cannot hear from our lovely audience, maybe Rosie and Nina, you could let me know. Would you rather talk about periods today, or would you rather talk about healthy relationships?
So the question to the audience is periods or healthy relationships. You have 10 seconds to put your options, your thoughts into the chat as thinking about your 14-year-old selves. If not, we will pick. So Steph, Sam, let us know what's coming in.
Ooh. It's a tie.
Hi.
You make the call, Rosie.
Let's go healthy relationships.
Brilliant. Cool. So I have 3 bowls. I have a bowl for no thanks. I have a bowl for doesn't matter. And I have a bowl for essential. Now, I also have a bowl of lots of different words or phrases that describe a quality about someone's personality or something about them. So let's do an example. So the first word I have got is intelligent. So in a future partner, or even in a friendship maybe, do you think it's essential that someone's intelligent? Do you think it doesn't matter if someone's intelligent? Or is that a no thanks? I don't want them to be intelligent. What do we think? So you can pop in the chat and maybe Steph can let us know where we think intelligent should go.
Sam and Steph, what's everyone saying?
Where would you put it, Rosie?
Answers are coming in now.
Brilliant.
Essential.
Essential. So we think it's essential that someone should be intelligent. Brilliant. Let's take the next one.
I might do this one if that's okay.
Yeah.
Ambitious. I think for me, ambition is essential, even if it's not necessarily about having a really well-paid job or anything. It's just about wanting the best for yourself. So for me, that's essential.
Let's put ambitious in essential. Oh, great hair. Do we think it's essential that it doesn't matter, or it's in the no thanks bowl?
Steph, what do you think? Essential, doesn't matter, or no thanks? Steph said doesn't matter.
Cool. Let's put that one in there. Okay. Grumpy.
Nina, what do you think?
I no thank you to grumpy for me. Can't be doing with grumpy.
But what if this person was only grumpy sometimes? Would we still have?
It's okay to be grumpy sometimes, but not all the. Can we put it in between the two?
Steph has said from the audience that it doesn't matter.
Okay. Shall we put it in the middle? Let's put it here. Do one more.
Okay, this is for the audience. Audience, what are you going to go for?
Our last word is funny. Do we think a future partner or a future friend should be funny? Audience. Let's see what our audience says. Ooh.
Drum roll, Steph says.
Essential.
Brilliant. So just whilst Nina has gone again, had some technical issues, could you talk about some of the no thanks that we would encourage the girls to put in?
So, for example, we've got one that we always say is a no thanks. There are some things about a person that is always in our no thanks pile. So we have some non-negotiables and we discuss with the girls about why they are in our no thanks. But this activity is really good at bringing up discussion, and sometimes there's disagreements, particularly about great hair or good looking, and it really encourages our girls and our young people to think about their boundaries and what is essential or doesn't matter for them, and that can be different for different people as well.
I did this a couple of weeks ago, and there was one that said great kisser, and one of the girls said, oh, well, why would that even matter? And I said, well, you know, if you woke up in the morning and your partner was there and they just started licking your face or something, that wouldn't be very nice. And another girl piped up from across the room, well, if that was the case, I'd be taking them to the vets. The most fantastic response to that answer ever. So we adapted this to make it an online version where Lydia would sort of debate the options and then come to some conclusions, and people could choose whether or not they thought that was right. So bearing that in mind, let's go back to the Prospero, which, Nina, do you need me to be?
No, I've managed to line it up now and it hasn't booted me out this time. So here we go. Which is quite, I don't think I can see you while I'm talking to you, but that's okay. So one of the things that we did fairly early on was we reached out to our friends at C&T. C&T are a theatre company who specialise in digital practice and have 20 years experience. So I think us and many other theatre companies who weren't used to working in this way reached out to Paul and his team at C&T and started to use Prospero. Prospero is a particularly kind of creative friendly and theatre maker friendly software because everything is described in theatrical terms. So you add actions, you add scenes, and you strike sets. It's you don't need to be very tech savvy, as we've all seen I'm not, and yet I have been able to build a number of different projects using Prospero. So if you go to prospero.digital, this is the website you will come to, and there are producers on there. So we as a producer are Peer Productions, and if you're coming to it from the front end as a user, you'd end up at our library page here. Prospero is free to use. You may need to download a browser extension to make it work to its optimum. As you can see, we have 4 projects here. 3 are from Peer Productions and 1 is from one of our associate artists at Lobster Frock. But I'm going to be talking about the Generation Girls Smart Script. So you as a user would come to this page where, as you can see, there are 8 different smart scripts. So the girls can choose for free what content they would like to access. There's also a specific smart script for parents answering frequently asked questions. But what is a smart script? Well, I'm going to show you the back end of it so you can see how this works. So if I go in the back way, we go to Generation Girls, and let's have a look at the mental health script. So what you essentially have, and we're just going to have to hope, here we go, my glitchy internet has let us come here. As you can see, what you have is basically a decision tree. So if you're my generation, this is a choose your own adventure book. If you're more like Lydia's generation, then this is Bandersnatch. And what we're doing here, it's not so much that the girls are choosing their own narrative path, but they're choosing what information and advice and guidance and what creative content is most important for them. And those wonderful illustrations that you saw in the video earlier, which are created by Ananya Rail Middleton, who is a brilliant artist, a disabled artist and activist, those characters kind of hold the girls' hands and take them through the journey. So I'll give you an example here. So this is the back end, and as you can see, really simple. I'm sequencing things together and putting different video, audio and visual clips together. So if I just preview this particular scene, hopefully you will get sound. Tell me if you can't hear the sound. It's going to think about it a little bit. And what's happening here is the Generation Girls characters are going to voice questions that we would receive from a group. So it's like having a peer alongside you.
Generation Girls is a safe place to talk about our worries and concerns. Today, we are looking at just some of the things that might upset us. Let's see what the Generation Girls have to say.
I worry about being lonely.
I often feel anxious.
Sometimes I feel really low.
So as you can see in that scene, the girls voice different concerns, different worries, and then moving on from this, obviously this is still the back end, they're given a range of choices. Would you like to learn more about coping with loneliness, learn more about anxiety, or learn more about feeling low? We choose our language really carefully for these. Because we don't want to kind of pathologize that experience. Many people feel low, they're not necessarily depressed. Some depressed people are also feeling low. So we're trying to use language which is accessible to the girls and so that they can choose the content that they'd like to share. So that's Prospero.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Nina. I'm just going to get our 2 seconds. Let me get this up. Just going to share. So one of those having a tech issue.
It's all good. So I'll just summarize some of the adjustments and adaptations we've made from our in real life workshops and classes to the online content. So what we do when we're in the room as facilitators is we really adapt the content to where our group is at. For example, I've had 2 very different schools in real life this term, 2 very different groups. One group really responds well to lots of games and drama exercises and acting. The other group engages much better with discussion. So we're always adjusting, and we could be doing the same theme with both groups, but we'll approach them in completely different ways. Online, however, we offer the participants a choice to adapt their journey themselves, so they can choose whether they're going to listen and watch, or they can maybe choose a video in the smart script that is more of an activity, or maybe we'll get to show you a little bit later one of the grounding and sort of more sensory videos, so the viewers can really choose a journey that's right for them, that they're going to respond to. As Rosie mentioned, all our facilitators are theatre makers and performers, so in our real life sessions we really encourage collaboration and group work and discussion, but obviously online we had to really think about how we could replicate that in solo activities. And this gave us an opportunity to explore different art disciplines and different practices. So in Generation Girls Online, there's lots of craft activities and more arty things that we might not necessarily do in our real life sessions. And this also gave us the opportunity to collaborate with artists from different disciplines as well. So that was a brilliant opportunity. And finally, as Nina mentioned, in our in-person sessions, we have our brilliant volunteer peer facilitators who are young actors trained by Peer Productions, and they are imperative to our to the energy we create in the room, because they really give the girls another a way to build sort of a relationship, and it's a go between the girls and their peers and the facilitators. And online, obviously, we replicated that with our Generation Girls characters.
Brilliant, thank you so much, Lydia. Can I just ask for my the slideshow to be shared again, please? Sam and Steph, thank you. Let me just get that out of the screen. So that was Lydia presenting her tips there. And we saw her live demo earlier, which hopefully gave you a little sort of flavour of the way that we operate. It's not rocket science, but it's just about being friendly and engaging and open. And we find that that really helps get the girls kind of interested in the topics. So the golden 3 for Generation Girls, both online and in person. The first one is gendered spaces. Now, we could debate all day about the pros and cons of gendered spaces, But for us, it's essential, it's valuable, and we have found that both online and in person, seeing women talking about issues that affect them, seeing non-binary people talk about issues that affect them in that space is really, really powerful. And for us, that is just the way that our project functions best. And it's amazing to see women supporting each other in that environment. And even for example, if we were to do a session on menstruation online or in person, to have your facilitators really openly say, oh, well, my cycle is 42 days, not 28, or I'm having a really bad period this month. Being open and not embarrassed about our bodies and the way that they function has real value. The second thing is about accessibility, which is obviously something we've talked a lot about already. I hope you can see from what we've done that everything's subtitled, everything is voice-overed, the characters are accessible in their nature, that they look like the girls that we work with, they sound like the girls they work with, and they are voiced correctly according to that casting. And that even the content of our work is accessible, because you might go from a debate to a craft activity to a sensory activity, of which I'm going to be showing you one next, tech allowing. The final thing is about our creative learning and using that as a medium to cover the topics that we cover. I often find working in SEN environments that there is a disconnect, and this is something a lot of parents say as well, between the academic understanding of something and the practical application of it. So a girl might be able to say really confidently what an unhealthy relationship might look like, but to actually identify that in their day-to-day lives is a lot more challenging. So what we do is that we use drama, we use creative learning to sort of get that education up on its feet, practice, rehearse these scenarios in a safe environment, be that online or in person, so that the groups understand a little bit better what these topics might be like in real life. So, for example, we practice consent in so many different activities and variations that by the end of the project, the girls really understand what consent is. They don't see a grey area, they don't see blurred lines, they know that they have agency and ownership over their body and their decisions. So bearing that in mind, I wanted to share with you one of our sensory videos, which kind of offers an alternative way of learning. And this was created by our sensory consultant, Natalia, who is just fantastic at taking issues and exploring them in a sensory way. I'm not sure how we're doing on time, so we might only watch a minute of this.
I'm just resetting up the share, Rosie, because it doesn't like it.
Every face is unique.
I'm not sharing.
Every body is unique.
I'm sharing now. Are you sharing?
Can you not see the video?
No.
Oh,
it's okay. I've got it. If they go to my screen now, that it's here, and I will press play now.
Every face is unique. Every body is unique. Just like works of art. In this video, we're going to be exploring our body image in a sensory way. Here's what you'll need. A mirror, some paints, some water, paintbrushes, and some tools, such as essential oils, food flavorings, herbs, and spices. First, we're going to mix up our paint with our essential oils and food flavorings. Now it's time to get creative. Using yourself as inspiration, we're going to create works of art on our mirrors. You can trace around your face, or perhaps you want to make it abstract. Whatever you'd like to do, there's no right or wrong. You can use your fingers or a paintbrush to do this. Reflect on all the little details of yourself that make you, you. This is a celebration of your uniqueness.
Brilliant, thank you very much. So that was an activity to talk about body image and celebrating uniqueness, understanding that we all look different. So it's just a different angle and offers a sensory option. Natalia also did some sensory grounding and some lovely work with flowers, which was really beautiful. My screen sharing doesn't seem to be working anymore, so
I have 3 questions here, so I can fill these out and maybe suggest who'd be really good to answer these. So one of the questions from the audience, which I think Rosie and Lydia will be very well placed to answer, is what other creative practices do you use in the workshops?
I'll let Lydia take this one, because I think Lydia, as one of our facilitators, really offers a huge range of diversity in her practice about what she does. So do you want to touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, so primarily we use theatre and drama to access these topics, but we also bring in some sort of arts,
craft.
do a lot of drawing, a lot of craft in our in real life sessions as well. Poetry, yeah, we've that's been something we've done this term in real life sessions as well, is sort of giving prompts, so sort of I want to become, or I feel sad when, I like when, to explore mental health, and then have all the participants write down their response to that prompt, and then we've arranged them all into a beautiful poem and then got up and performed them. So that's been something really nice we've done this term. But what was nice in terms of the online content was really being able to delve into that arts and crafts solo activity and the sensory element that perhaps we could explore more in our real life sessions as well.
What was nice about that was that we were simultaneously juggling a way of learning that topic in a creative way, but also self-care activity. Actually taking, half an hour out of your day to draw a picture of yourself and write all the lovely things about you, which is one of the activities, is self-care. So that was really nice to offer both of that through the mediums.
Another question that we've got here is around how long did it take us to create the Prospero content? I went on a bit of a Prospero binge over the summer because I also made our online mental health drama 50 Days Alone Together, which is a much more complex SmartScript based resource. So luckily the building of the structure for the SmartScripts was relatively simple. It worked really well because I'd already learnt the skills that I needed on the other project. In terms of content, we bought every facilitator a very, very cheap, like self-tape kit, the kind of thing that you can buy for an actor. So it had a tripod, a remote control for your phone, a couple of lights, a couple of backdrops. Very, very cheap. I can't remember exactly, but we invested in that. So we all had the same kit. And it was once we'd established a setup that worked. I mean, I know Rosie ended up working in her shed in blistering heat at one point, which
and the weird thing was, obviously we couldn't get haircuts during lockdown, so I went through. I started with a pixie fringe, which got longer and longer and longer. And as the heat came in through the summer, I just got sweatier and sweatier in every picture video. So that's maybe a good indication about how long it took the length of a fringe to grow out.
So it was really by the end of the summer we had everything together, everybody working part-time, everybody working remotely, children at home, caring responsibilities, all sorts of other stuff going on. And I think now when we go back to make the next scripts, we've learned a lot. Also, as a company, we've invested in better kit, and we won't be relying on everybody's different quality of camera phone, which is all we had at the time. And then this is probably one for any of us, actually. How do we respond to any difficult issues raised in person in workshops that are off topic? I'll sort of start off with that. Safeguarding is embedded in everything that we do. We have a very, very strict and robust safeguarding policy that involves sharing any relevant disclosures with social services, etc., regardless of whether the school necessarily agrees. So we will have our own protocol that runs alongside the school protocol, obviously in partnership, but we're really aware that sometimes we'll get disclosures, sometimes we'll get difficult questions that might hint at something else going on, and that it is all our responsibilities to protect those young people. The other thing when we train our facilitators is that it's okay to say if you don't know. When I'm training, I'm always saying, you can't know everything. If it's a difficult issue or a difficult question and you don't know the answer, it is okay to say, well, I don't know, but let's find that out together. This kind of idea that we as adults can be knowledgeable on all things is just not true. So we need to be honest with young people about that. And I suppose from my point of view, just responding with a lot of empathy and care, regardless of what that question is. I don't know if Rosie and Lydia want to add to that.
I think you answered that really well, Nina.
Keep people safe.
That there's nothing sort of off topic, and we encourage any questions the participants might have about anything that's worrying them or difficult for them. So yeah, I'd say there's nothing sort of too difficult or too taboo that we wouldn't want young people to share with us.
No, absolutely. And then finally, there is a question here. What are you hoping Disrupt will start a discussion about? So that's quite a big question. I suppose thinking about it for me as a practitioner beyond my role in the Generation Girls programme, it is about how can we keep these digital practices alive and enrich them with the fact that we are starting and we are able to be in person? What is that hybrid about? And a lot of my work moving forward through the pandemic includes more live elements. What you're seeing here with the Generation Girls work is entirely remote based. And then we've gone back to in-person working, but we're now starting to look at how you combine those two things more meaningfully. What about you guys? What would you like to see? What are you hoping Disrupt will start a conversation about?
Yeah, Lydia, if it's okay, I'll take this one. Right. For me, it's about sharing digital practice and learning off other people. And I say this as somebody who actually, when we first started the journey with Prospero, I was in tears. I really could not bear creating something that I loved so much in person in a platform that I had no context of. And for me, technology, you can see from today with all the things that have gone wrong, like it's so unpredictable comfortable for me, and I like the certainty of in-person work. So it's about going, actually, do you know what? Let's reflect on the time we've had. We've come such a long way. I could now do a Prospero script in my sleep, guaranteed not to the standard of Nina Lemon, Queen of Prospero. But I could do it. And it's about going, actually, this time, as traumatic and challenging as the pandemic has been, has given me a completely new vocabulary. And I think Disrupt's a fantastic space to share that vocabulary.
And on that note, we are being told we need to stop because we are beyond time. But thank you, Disrupt, for having us. And please do get in touch if you have any questions about the Generation Girls programme.
Thank you.
Thank you.
that was the starting point for talking about my generation. Working with a group of older people who have memories of Sheffield, who may have memories of the 1960s. Then we're kind of talking with South Asian women, two different South Asian groups. And so I think what you're getting there is a kind of a beautiful parallel with the Benny and the Grey Cats story, which again is about, a South Asian migration story. And here we have two different groups of South Asian women talking about their own experiences of either being in Sheffield or of their own migration stories.
I loved the project right from the beginning because myself being a migrant, it really was something close to my heart. And especially when I came to know that I'm going to work with other artists in collaboration, that was the thing for me, and it attracted me a lot. And further, when I spoke with Maya Productions and their background, which was very similar to my Indian background, it all just culminated in something which was very passionate, and I'm cherishing it.
Stories came out a lot more quickly than I thought. People were very keen to share their stories of migration, and a good way to do it is when you're doing something creative, because it comes very naturally. You're not on the spot thinking, what am I going to say? People are just getting absorbed in what they're doing and then chatting as they go. Groups have done work where they've created canvases using collage techniques. And the groups have also worked making mandalas, which represent our connection to the universe. So we thought together as a group that'd be quite a good thing to do. We began with Zoom workshops online. We didn't get to know each other maybe as quickly as we would face to face, because it's difficult to see people. It's difficult to chat as well as freely, because only one person can talk at a time and people are more shy.
The point of time when we're doing Zoom sessions with a group of ladies who spoke mostly Bengali and very little English, we were a little initially overwhelmed. How will we go? There was a translator, but then there was a lag. Everybody didn't have the same internet connection.
A lot of the women had to have a bit of a session before we even met on how to use Zoom, which kind of puts an extra barrier in communicating with each other. But again, it was good to meet that way rather than not meet at all.
In Zoom, it was every single word we'll stop and they'll translate. And then there was a lag. So we were scared that they may leave the session because if it goes on like this, we prepared our session. Okay, fine, this is how we'll do. And when we met them in person, and we realized that they speak English. They could understand.
People were really ready to chat and connect. I think the groups really developed in quite a relatively short space of time. Lots of people really needed it. People started to build up trust with each other really quickly and become friends pretty quickly. And also I think by doing other creative activities, it kind of broke down barriers and gave us a chance to share the stories in a way that wasn't too daunting. Yeah, I've been amazed at the quality of the stuff people have produced. It's been really good to see. People have created something and really want to share it with the group and explain what each part of it means, which has been really nice. So it's been a good way to get to know people as well.
So the lingam represents his father, and the yoni represents his mother.
Oh, okay.
Like any good workshop, the workshops have been about bringing out the inner creativity in people. These are really the very first time I've been able to get out of the house to do something for myself and to do something creative and something that doesn't involve either a visit to the supermarket or to the chemist, because of the three of us at home, I'm the only fit member. Relatively fit, and so that means I have to do all the shopping and obviously fetching of medicines and everything else. So this is good.
Okay, next question. Now somebody asked, when you came to this country, you were feeling sad. How do you think it's true most of the time? Not at all, sometime. Or maybe for people, choose one of it. Most of the people there, so you go, no, but you go like a railway. That's it. You can keep you can You came to this country wearing ethnic clothes. Railway. As city, how good is Sheffield in making you feel inclusive? Yeah, there were like funny stories, sad stories, and loving stories. So the funny story was this lady was sharing that when she was 19 when she moved to England. And one of the guy from her country, he told that I visited England, and this metro, like subway train, they close in 30 seconds, and if you don't come out in 10 seconds, then they crush you and you're split into two. And she showed news article, people split into two. So she was so scared that she told that she never took a metro and she'll walk, because she will always think that I'll be cut into two pieces. So that was really funny, that she thought that you can be split into two. So these are like some funny stories. There were such stories that when people lost their dear ones while traveling, and there was sickness, and there was a lot of loneliness. And then there were loving stories, like many people came here through marriage. Most of the participants have migrated in this country through the marriage. Like either the husband was here or the wife was here. And how love conquers also. They were telling their very personal love stories, how they came and they had the care, and it was a celebration. And then she forgot all her fears and trouble because happy moments. So yeah, they were. And just like the small things, like they were showing us artifacts they carried from their country. Like somebody carried this little iron wok because they thought that it won't be available in this country. It is available, but they just thought. So yeah, the stories. And sometimes when they think back, they think how childish they were to carry those things and not carry something else, something like that.
What is nice about the sessions is that they've tried to kind of include quite a lot of variety within a short time. So we've had Charu, for instance, maybe just spending a few minutes asking us to get involved in some dance movements while listening to some music. Last week we did a tiny bit of yoga, for instance. And Laura has been showing us how to do some three-dimensional art. Yeah, this is the one I did. I mean, obviously, there's not been time really to finish them in one session. So I got started with this during the very first workshop, and then I finished it at home. People can obviously interpret migration in so many different ways. I looked at it as a Hindu and an Indian in this country, and yes, I have migrated. This is now my home. One of the basic tenets of my religion, Sanatana Dharma and culture, is a saying we have in Sanskrit, which I've written here, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is one family. And so as a migrant, it's a really good thing to keep in mind, because if you do, then you will be at home no matter where you are, because we are one family. And obviously there's so many implications of that, because it's not just about, loving a new country, a new community, without losing the family left behind or the country left behind. Your neighbor is also your family, and the stranger is your family. So it is a really good thing to live up to and to remind oneself of. I've got this row of people, and you'll see that a few of them, if you look closely, a few of them are missing a leg. At first I was thinking, shall I repair that? And then I thought, no, because actually it's, when I say the whole world is one family, I'm talking about all the races, all the communities, but I'm also talking about including people with different abilities.
Okay. So anybody would like to ask any questions? We'll also come in the ring. You think to ask any questions?
If there is disaster means all
like
the
flood,
all the broken things, houses are breaking, everything, you can't stand there. You can't stay there. And you cannot carry loads of things. What most of the important thing you want to carry with you to go to somewhere else to get established.
Very good.
So
family is going.
Family
खाली सामान family जा रही है.
family भी भाग रही है, तो आपको सब family का चीज नहीं लेना.
I'll check my clothes in.
That's
little
only
money,
one thing.
Little money. You need money to travel in it.
This is the most intelligent answer.
Salwari.
Some money.
Some
she will take some money also.
Yeah.
I'm kind of torn between like laptop
and money. Oh, I take phone with me.
Phone optional.
No, I don't want anybody to call me.
Phone तो रहेगा ही ना साथ। Okay. Those days I was not ill, so I didn't think about my medicine or my medicine card or anything. So probably now, if somebody asks me, I will include that. But those days I answered, I will take my certificates and some money.
Everybody has taken things which will help them establish, not
Yeah.
which will maybe they need or not will
That was a good question as well.
Yeah, it's a very good question. That's a very good question.
They asked us.
It may sound cliche, but honestly, everybody was positive by at the end of it. Surely, in the first session, people were hesitant or confident. They had their own mindsets. True, participants told me we need more sessions because it takes that time. I think they liked working in smaller groups because they felt it more focused and personal attention.
I think for me, the best thing was that I could give that time to myself, because at home I might start writing, but then I think, oh no, it's time for my, I must take my mother to the toilet or whatever it is. Yeah, so this is a little bit of me time. For me, that's been the best thing about it, because that doesn't happen often.
The best thing about this project for me really has been people having the opportunity to share their stories and to learn about their lives and their backgrounds and their experiences.
If you're sharing your own story, I think what it does is it gives you an opportunity to be heard. And actually, that's just really important for all of us to feel like we are heard and seen. For certain people from ethnically diverse backgrounds, you can feel invisible. You can feel that your stories are not out there. You can, that there are no role models for you to follow. So actually, the more people from different types of background who are sharing their artwork, sharing their stories, sharing their kind of, actually having a platform for their own voices, just means that actually more and more people can actually connect with the kind of multitude of people that live in this society.
Even though we learn so much, there are still certain prejudices which only goes when you meet people. So many of my prejudices were removed. And working with other artists, it was really enriching. There were so much of ideas which I didn't have, and they gave me and the help.
It's been really nice for everyone to be able to share those stories about themselves, and just to really think about the richness that Sheffield has from all different cultures that are here, how much Sheffield's gained from that, and to celebrate the differences but all the similarities that we all share.
As an artist, it's really helped me to become a better artist. And as a person, as a citizen of this Sheffield, yes, certainly that too.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. I'm Emma Wasley. I'm the Programme Manager at Ignite Imaginations, which is an arts charity in Sheffield and a partner organisation on Talking About My Generation Festival, Talking About My Generation project that we've just seen, that's part of the Disrupt Festival that we're here to talk about today. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the film that gave us just a little glimpse into the project and the participants and the artist's experience. We want to say a massive thank you to Roshni, the Asian Women's Resource Centre in Sheffield, that committed the staff and participants committing to the project and this new experience during ever-changing times. I'm joined today by Suzanne, Laura and Charu, and I'll let them introduce themselves. So Suzanne, we'll start with you.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Gorman and I'm the Artistic Director of Maya Productions, and we are a partner organisation on this project with Ignite Imaginations.
Laura.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
You're a little bit quiet.
Can you hear
but
me
we can
okay
hear
now?
you.
How's that? Any better? Right. Hi, I'm Laura Page. I'm a freelance artist. I work in photography and visual arts. I've worked as a socially engaged practitioner for 20 or so years and do a lot of work with Ignite Imaginations, doing different community arts. And on this project, I worked with the group doing mandalas. We worked on some mandalas and some collage techniques as well.
Thanks, Laura. Charu.
Hi everyone, I'm Charu Asthana and I'm a performing artist and also into Indian musical theatre. In this project, I've been working as a freelance artist for Ignite Imagination with 2 Indian and Bangladeshi women group, helping them to bring their stories in actions through dance, through music and through drama. So,
Lovely. Thanks, Charu. So I'll be fielding the questions from the chat. I'm really looking forward to seeing what we what you've got to ask us about the project. But to kick off, Suzanne, obviously the project originated connected to Benny and the Grey Cats and the theatre production, Maya's production. And I just wondered kind of why you thought it was important to link up and collaborate with a participatory arts organisation, kind of what led you down that path.
So I suppose with in terms of who we are, I'll just tell you everyone a little bit about Maya Productions. We are a theatre company. We're based in London, but we do like to work all over the country. And we're an organisation that makes diverse theatre to create change. And what that means for us is that we like to partner with organisations and individuals who want to make work that encourages social change and really enables racial justice in the arts. And so in the way in which we do that as an organisation is that we make work. Our professional work is led by ethnically diverse artists, and we also engage in participatory activities that really look to, I suppose, connect with diverse communities and young people, to demystify theatre processes and really to enable people to develop creative skills. And so why it's really important for us to be working with participatory arts organisations is because whenever we enter into a process of making theatre, we like to be able to engage with as many people and connect them into that actual process. So the way in which that's actually happened this time with talking about my generation, that's actually part of the wider project that Emma mentioned, which is Benny and the Grey Cats. Benny and the Grey Cats is our new musical in development, and that particular piece is inspired by my own family heritage, and it's also inspired by my family's migration story from South India to Sheffield, to England in the 1960s. And so alongside us developing that particular piece of work, all our engagement work that's gone alongside it, we like to kind of mirror and kind of reflect almost the processes that we're undertaking to make a piece of theatre, and enable other community groups and young people to also engage in those types of activities. So with talking about my generation, I suppose the aim for that was that we would be working with people who may have experience of migration to this country, that they could then explore that in their own creative way, and look at then connecting, you know, some of the themes that the piece of theatre we're making has with the people that are living in Sheffield. And so we wanted to, we're London based, we thought it was really important for us to be able to work with an organisation who really had strong relationships with different community groups in Sheffield, which is where the collaboration with Ignite Imaginations, who are already doing a variety of different projects in Sheffield, came about. And another one element, obviously, we're a theatre organisation, but also we like to work across arts, and I think that was a really key important element of this particular project. And that was again something that Ignite Imaginations have a lot of expertise in.
Thanks, Suzanne. So one of the questions that we've been asked is about how did we gather participants for the workshops? And so I mentioned Roshni in the introduction. So we had a really good Ignite Imaginations, a good relationship in Darnall, a particular area of Sheffield. And so it was through those connections that we connected up with Roshni, whose aims are to open up opportunities for South Asian women, and the particular groups that we worked with were 50 plus as well, and that it was something that we were aware of, that through the pandemic and the times that they may have been more isolated than some other people as well. So it was really nice to connect with that group. We've had quite a few questions, very exciting. One of the questions that's been asked is how can a person make a change to help kind of this movement in their everyday lives? And I wondered, Charu, do you have any thoughts from your sense of working with the participants, what you think would help kind of make a change and make that difference that Suzanne was describing?
Since this we are talking more about online platform, many women, they came forward to learn to how to use online platform, this Zoom, and certain other changes, like they thought, oh, I should exercise more, and also to voice their opinion, because many women would like to connect to other cultures, but the hesitation was that they didn't want to lose there. So they wanted to have their identity, but also to know other cultures. So they realized they should come out and speak with other people from other cultures too. Yeah.
Thanks, Charu. Laura, do you think there's anything that that other people could do, not the participants, the kind of just the general community could do to kind of just make a small change to the way that they think, the kind of things that they might do every day, that could make it more comfortable to feel like we are that one family that was described in the film?
I think it's similar for the general public as it has been with the participants, and I think it's not putting yourselves or other people in a box and not thinking that's not for me, that's not what I do. And I think art's been a good example of that a lot of the women might say, oh, I don't do art, I can't do art, and then try it, and it's a really good way to connect with other things and learn about yourself. And you know, I for example, thought from my background culture, oh, I can't dance, that's embarrassing, and pushed myself to do it, and then connected with people through that, and I've learned about myself through that. And I just think if the public, if people in general are open to themselves trying new things and connecting with new people, then that for me is the way to go. Is that answering the question properly?
Yeah, I agree, and I think there's something about inspiring people to do new things and to try those new things, like you say, and hopefully the film captures that a little bit. And there's a question about sort of what are some of the ethos that you hope this film will inspire, and I guess that would be one of them from my perspective, is kind of trying new things. Suzanne, is there anything else that you think the film, you hope it inspires people that might be watching at the festival today?
I suppose, again, it's about kind of challenging perceptions. And so I think that by watching the film, seeing the creativity that was clearly kind of demonstrated there, and acknowledging that there is this kind of diversity of stories coming from, you know, we've seen this particular group of women expressing themselves. That I just hope that, yeah, we can kind of challenge people's perceptions that they, you know, when you look at somebody, not always thinking that you know who they are and what they're about. So I suppose that's what I hope, that more and more of these type of films will enable us to kind of connect with different people's stories and heritages.
Lovely, thanks. One of the really nice things in the film was about all those individual stories that come out, and the kind of the things that participants got the chance to share and express. And do you think there are any elements sort of overlooked when kind of people see the things, and we're talking about changing? Do you think there are any elements of kind of people's lives that are maybe overlooked when people are making these assumptions around people or the story of migration and kind of what that might entail or include? Charu, anything from you on that?
Yeah, one kind of perception which people think that they have brought everything from their country over here. So they are going to make a mini embassy, like, so. But that's a kind of perception which has to change, because when we were speaking to women, she said, I like Britney Spears song. I was like, wow, really? Because you suddenly think, oh no, they must not be hearing that. So yeah, these certain kind of prejudice, we think, no, they will bring, especially being an immigrant, they will bring that thing. No, they have that plus other things. So yeah, when you said elements ignored, so this is one thing that we ignore to understand. And as Susan said, never judge a book by its cover. So that's very, very true. As we mentioned in the film, when we were doing Zoom session, they were speaking all in Bengali. And we thought, oh, okay, so every time we need translation, or I try to have a few Bengali words. But when we met them face to face, they always speak English enough for us to communicate without a translator being there. And obviously we had gestures face. So it was just that they were not feeling very confident. So we have to think that, initially, they may not be wanting to learn English. No, it's not like that. Many of them were doctors, writers in their own right in this country, and educated. And many of their kids have, right now, they were sharing, they are doctors. Somebody's just graduated last week and from London as a doctor. So yes, they are progressive. We just, yeah, exactly. We just think immigrants means they must not have nothing in their country. So that's why they came, not us, exactly. So,
thanks, Charu, thanks. And you've touched on the challenge of Zoom. And I guess on one hand, you really want to be able to do the project. So we make the project happen. And Laura, I think you say in the film, it was better than not meeting at all. But what were the other challenges, or kind of how else did that impact on the project, and sort of, what were some of the barriers to the project and to kind of making it a success? Laura, anything from you on that?
Yeah, well, there's the obvious technical barriers, like not being able to hear people properly, things freezing, microphones going down, the inevitable things like that. For me, also, it was really difficult because when you do a face-to-face workshop, you I think you do a lot, especially if you don't share a common language, or it's the same first language. A lot of it is through body language and eye contact and jokes and things like that. And it's quite hard to do that online because you've got a delay, you can't see people as well, you haven't got that eye contact. And also people are each in their own individual home environment, and I found that difficult to know if people are okay. You don't know if you're all in a room together, then you're kind of on an equal footing in some way, and you can kind of tell if everyone's physically okay and that type of thing, if they're comfortable. When everybody's in their own room, in their own house, you don't know the background to that, whether people are comfortable, what they're feeling as well. So I'd say that was a challenge, but also that kind of brought another element that I think you get something a little more personal in some ways when everyone's in their own home, because it's a bit less worky and formal. You might see people's dog or somebody's family, or somebody might be eating their dinner. And in some ways that allows you to connect in a bit of a different way. You see what people's home lives are like, which can be quite nice as well.
Thanks, Laura. Charu, do you have anything to add?
As Laura just said, somebody in their homes. I feel now, as she said, that maybe in their homes they were shy to speak English, so that's why they were always speaking in their language. But when they came out in a space, that kind of thing went. But yeah, true. We could see their little personal sneak into their personal life. Somebody's daughter came and they also drew with us, and for the session, somebody got their sister-in-law because they felt she had to share stories. So even if they're not participants, they got other participants. So yeah, it worked both ways, and for them it was really good because they could feel that if there is technology which can support them, not the best way, but yes, it is there. Something is better than nothing. So that's true.
Perfect. Thanks, Charu. Another challenge or kind of barrier, I guess, we saw the film and we had the lovely story that we heard, but that it's when delivering a project like this, you have to get consent from people, and sometimes people maybe don't want to give consent for whatever reason that they don't want to, and that's totally fine and totally them. But to enable us to kind of share the story, I really film that participant's voice is so key and crucial to the story and capturing what's happened. And I guess, Suzanne, I wonder if you can talk a little bit about kind of how you navigate that challenge of kind of wanting to share it, but it being quite a private and personal experience that people are having in a space.
I think that you always, in that case, always have to be led by the participant. And just all that you can do is offer an opportunity for people to engage in an activity, and be that as, you know, as an individual, because actually when you're doing those Zoom sessions, there is, you know, where you're not in actually a group, so you're engaging, but you are engaging, you know, alone, to then moving to being part of a group, which is kind of another step, and being able to share in a room physically with someone, to then actually choosing whether you do want your face seen or your voice heard. And I think that actually what's important is that you're actually just offering the space and the activities, and clearly, you know, we saw that the women were really engaging with those, but actually it's fine if you don't want to share, or you do want to share more widely in the public.
Can I?
Thanks, Suzanne. And actually, that Charu, yes.
Yeah, Emma, I would like to add to this. Yeah, surely, as in when we became more close, like through all these sessions, we had like around a month or plus. So the ladies did open up, and by the end of the day, they were happy to take pictures or videos. In fact, for an upcoming festival of Migration Matters, they are going to do a drama. So obviously they are going to be seen. Only I just feel that when we make a video, they are not aware who the audiences are. If they're aware, they can see who's seeing them, it's fine. I think they overcome that barrier with all the contribution from Laura, Suzanne, and the Ignite Imagination team, the way we structured this whole project, that by the end, I feel they were very happy to have pictures clicked, or yeah, for us. But as far as the video, that was the thing. Initially, as Susan said, yeah, many were hesitant, but by the time, in the end, they're happy to be part of a theater because they know who can see them. So yes, they are coming to do a drama at Migration Matters. Susan,
that's the thing, that the project's actually not quite finished yet, has it? You know, I mean, you know, we're actually going to be meeting, presenting work, because we'll be doing it all in kind of under COVID protocols. But yeah, actually, you know, the group from Roshni, plus, you know, the other project that Ignite Imaginations has been running, which is Roots to Roots, which is a young person's project, again, looking at, you know, the similar themes of either family heritage, cultural identity, and migration. Oh, that's I don't know whether people heard that.
Don't worry, Suzanne, just keep on going, it's all right.
So what I'm looking forward to, I can't see you now because my screen has gone funny, but what I'm particularly looking forward to is that sharing event, which will be meeting the different groups that we've been working with Ignite Imaginations, and taking our team from Benny and the Grey Cats up to Sheffield to kind of share and present the work that we've all been doing. The groups have been doing over the past couple of months, and we've been working on for a couple of weeks. I'm trying to.
Thanks, Suzanne. Thank you. And I think that hopefully answers one of the audience members' question about how we might connect community members to the women and their background. And because we are bringing those young people, so it has felt like it feels like there is a kind of culmination coming that is kind of intergenerational, and responding to sort of being able to share those in that safe setting, like you described, Charu, where they know who they're sharing it with, and getting that chance to share with each other and kind of it be reciprocated, I guess. We've sort of jumped ahead to the end, and I just want to take a step back to answer one of the other questions that's come up about how do you decide what activities you might do in the workshops? Because as two artists, Charu and Laura, you've got a plethora of things that you can do. So Laura, would you tell us just a little bit about how that comes about? Are the members involved in that kind of decision, or do you just kind of take the lead?
Yeah, we try to always make it participant led when possible and when people want to. So you've got a starting point when you've not met anybody before. So at that point, I would start with the themes that we have and any knowledge that people have given you about the participants, things you might think they might be interested in, something that's not too daunting and is very open to begin with, that can be done by any abilities in any way. So nobody feels worried or pressured by them. And I would usually start that way and then listen to what they're saying and what they're interested in, think about their abilities and something that's going to suit the whole group, and you know, ask questions, ask what they've enjoyed, what they've not enjoyed, and just take it from there. So people really took to the canvases very quickly, making things like that. And I was always stressing it, there's no right or wrong, because I think a lot of people who are not used to doing creative visual arts think back to school like, oh, am I doing this right? And stressing, that doesn't matter, it's your piece, you do it your way. And so I think people really enjoyed just creating their own thing, materials. So we continued along, and people had talked a little bit about patterns that related to mandalas, so that's where we got the idea from that. But I checked with everyone first, they'd be happy to do that, and they said yes. And also Charu and I chatted together so that we could make the workshops flow. So what Charu did tied in with what I did, and there was a theme for each workshop that kind of made sense, and whoever went first, that would feed into what we went on to do later on.
Thanks, Laura. So Charu, a little bit from you on that, sort of how do you make those decisions for those new ones? And obviously you and Laura working together, sort of how do you build that kind of journey of the project, I guess?
Yeah, obviously, as our starting point was just before even meeting the participants, to know a little bit about the demography of the group. And me and Laura had discussions. We used to have meetings to have a plan to start with, and then a certain kind of structure, and which will feed on to the participants what they like and their stories. And yeah, so exactly, we opened up with just asking each other about how they came and things like that, a little bit of what did they do when because everybody was a little tense when they came. So somebody said they used to talk to others, and so we took all these themes, and somebody said we used to have music, so that was a theme I caught on, and they sang songs, and then on the songs I thought, okay, we'll do a little bit of movements. Everybody used to sit a lot, and that rolled on, and then people that finally, I won't give it away today, but finally all those themes that they have come up with a very beautiful theater piece to be presented. Yeah, so basically it was led by me, but at the end of the day, I was the participant. So they used to lead it. Like I had a questions, which we played a game, and then the participants had so beautiful questions, much more than me. Or for example, yeah, so it was there. Like sometimes when, because women, they sometimes have to like chat about it. So we had to like just manage it. Okay, let's have a little focus. Yeah, but I don't think so. It was very much difficult. Everybody was very happy to be involved and feel a kind of responsibility also to present the story, because they felt because there were role models. We spoke about few role models, and it came up in the story with one of the groups that how important it is to have these role models and tell their story for other migrants to take upon. So yeah, and that was the role models were among them. So yes.
Yeah, thanks. And it really captures that, and the joy that was felt in the film, the kind of laughter that came from some of those stories. just touching on because you have different practice. Laura, you are more visual artist and photographer, and Charu, you obviously have the dance. And Suzanne, I just wondered, you mentioned about bringing the art forms together, but I just wondered if you could kind of expand a bit on what makes that so important for you as an organisation, and for what you think that impact might be on the participants.
So I think it's just about offering people different ways in which to be able to creatively express themselves. And so I think that actually, I think movement, spoken word, be that kind of poetry or theatre, or also writing, and then visual arts together. If you're able to kind of offer that to a group, then actually people are able to. You'll usually find that people will be able to connect with one of those art forms, and actually so actually they may kind of gravitate initially towards, maybe it might be visual arts if that feels their kind of comfort zone, but then because they're also around something might be about storytelling or some movement, people will then hopefully feel more comfortable and be able to start to engage and start to take that little step or take a risk into doing something that might be out of their comfort zone. So I think just giving, again, it's just being able to give people the different opportunities. I think particularly as well what I found in running other projects where you've offered kind of different art forms, particularly if you've got people that don't have English as a first language, or people have just arrived potentially into the country. We've done some other work with young refugees. Then actually physical work actually worked really, really well, and likewise visual arts, because it wasn't reliant on, again, kind of verbal language skills that people might not feel quite as comfortable with to start with, but again started to always build up. So I think sometimes the different art forms just are unable to give people I suppose a springboard for themselves to then challenge themselves later.
Perfect. Yes, Laura.
I'll just add to that I think, Charu, I don't know if you agree, but I think music just worked so beautifully as a thread that tied everything together. So we started from Suzanne's Benny and the Grey Cats, which has obviously got the musical element to it. The whole play is about music, but I think that is something that roots us all in our identity, or most people anyway. It's something that most people share, most people love, no matter what backgrounds, what culture. And it was really good that we didn't need many verbal skills just to say, oh, I love this song. We were listening to each other's music and people were singing together. And then I put music on when people were drawing to help with the flow and inspiration, and not to think too much, just to kind of go with it. Obviously with Charu, put music on to dance, which united everyone. And people were sharing dances from their country, which is brilliant. We were just laughing and having so much fun. And I just think that look on people's faces when they're dancing or listening to music is just very pure. So it just worked really well as a thread from beginning to end. I think just music is uniting us together.
Thanks, Laura. We've had a question about the the difficulties of delivering during a pandemic. Now, I know we've kind of touched on the technological side and the Zoom, but once you got in person, were there any sort of challenges to, social distancing, people, resources, and kind of what were those challenges? Laura, do you want to carry on and tell us a bit about that in the room?
Well, masks are a challenge, aren't they? You can't see people's faces as well, and people feel a bit stuck. I think people have got used to that to some degree, though. It's just thinking ahead, really, and being organised. Ventilation, people are spread out. Also, I think the fact that people felt they hadn't been able to, as someone said in the film, do things for themselves very much recently, do anything just for fun, everything be quite transactional, right, and going to the shops, stressful trips out. I think we were all really ready to share things and chat and enjoy ourselves. So I think in some ways it worked well for that as well. People were just really excited about doing something creative and different after the year that we've just had.
Yeah, and I guess that's about the impact that it has on somebody individually that's not connected necessarily to the art and the art form, but that's kind of a vehicle for things that are in their social space and their kind of the community that they're in. Charu, what do you think some of the other kind of big impacts were on the participants?
Okay, I would just like to just this question, difficulty in creating, because as she said, in the pandemic, people were not so much meeting each other and talking. So this gave them a space. So after the session, we'll just sit for half an hour and just chat. And I used to think, oh, the time is up. So that was a kind of thing, because if it was not, they would have already been meeting. So they'll hold me after, because I was little, okay, fine, we should do our sessions and have stories. And then they'll make me pause for half an hour. So it was always a long session for me, and so they'll stop because, to just tell me every other thing which we did, they didn't tell, or I didn't let them tell, just general stuff. But yeah, so that was, a kind of challenging, I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to say no, but I had also family back. But yeah, it was fine. I enjoyed. I did understand that pandemic does all the, so anything that I learned that can be taken forward, is that what you asked?
Yes. Yeah. About that.
As an artist, there was, as a personal level and as a professional level, both ways I was enriched. As an artist, I really learned a lot from my two, from Laura and Suzanne, also talking to her, and Vicky, who was our artistic director. So that's very professional. So if I just said, it'll be boring. Or what did she learn how to do dance presented? So yeah, that was something which I'm even using it from other projects, which I have learned as the skills, and working with other art forms. And it was a very first time that I have done a work with other art forms, but not in this manner, which was very formal and yet very organized for me. Other thing which I'll take is forward is not to be even very overwhelmed by language barriers, which I just, as a person, that was it. What my learnings, some of my learnings.
Thanks, Charu. Suzanne, what are the things that you think from your perspective and your organisation you kind of learned that you'll take forward with you?
I think there was a moment, actually, a particular moment I remember when I joined one of the sessions on Zoom, and it was something that one of the participants was talking about in relation to their own migration story, and it connected really with something that we were already exploring in the piece that I've written and was I'm working with my composers on, and I suppose what that really made me think at that moment is actually it is key that we do put out some of these stories that really do connect to lots of people's experiences, and I felt like actually that there was something there that was being reflected and definitely needed to be heard, and it really sort of connected with something that I'd maybe forgotten or not thought about within the kind of the Benny story, and it also made me start to think I need to be really clear in terms of how we present our particular piece. There's so many layers to coming to Sheffield, and I felt like actually I'd kind of been refreshed in that, because it's a story based on my family history. It wasn't me. I was born in Sheffield, but actually hearing those ladies speak about some of their experiences, it just kind of made it really, really fresh. And I thought actually that's something that's really valuable. And so therefore, I think the learning is that actually
which is what I hope we try to do at My Production, is when you're creating a piece of theatre or piece of art, just don't ever do it in a vacuum, because actually involving people in that process is actually really enriching for hopefully people that are participating, but also you as an artist, because actually it reminds you of why you're doing things and what you might actually be missing and should be really thinking about when you're presenting work.
I think similarly for Ignite, we were lucky enough to work with Maya last year on a project that brought on the Roots to Roots project and with Migrations Matters Festival, and kind of bringing those art forms together then. And I feel like we did it again, and we sort of grew the way that we did it, and we'd learned from that one, and we brought in and kind of identified more what we needed at the beginning of the project for the rest of the project this time around. And I think that we would do again if we went on to do something bigger in the future. And just that knowledge, and a bit like what you're saying, Suzanne, about the vacuum, just that kind of the expertise that you have as an organization, as Maya, My Productions, and the expertise that the artists have as artists, and each kind of with your own specialisms, and what would bring that together, and a kind of communication, if you can communicate well as a team, kind of the fruitfulness that can bring. Laura, what would you take forward? What's your kind of learning?
Yes, Suzanne just got me thinking really about, just kind of echoing what she said a bit really, but about how important it is for the whole experience to be authentic. And I think it can be quite easy to pay lip service to something, or think that you're doing something but not actually really listen to what people have got to offer. And I just think it's really helped me to keep in the front of my mind that, you know, we've all got so much to share, and just people have got so much wisdom to give. Don't just act like you're listening, really listen and learn from people, and don't take the easy option and do what you're comfortable with, but let's keep like mixing. I just think we need to mix more demographically, and I think there's so much to be gained from that, and it's stuff that we all know, but well, a lot of people know, but I think to make sure you actually do it and don't just think you're doing it is something that's useful for me just to keep in the forefront of my mind.
And I think that actually there was a question earlier about what do we hope that the Disrupt Festival, being a part of Disrupt Festival, does, and I think it's probably exactly that encouraging that kind of mix of people from kind of all communities coming together to be able to share these stories and tell these in whichever way is the right way to express them for that person as well, that individual. In terms of sharing the artwork, we've had a question about how we're sharing that. So we've got Migration Matters Festival coming up, and there'll be an exhibition of work and a performance. I wonder, Charu, do you want to tell us any more, give us any more exciting insights to what might be happening on that day?
So the artworks will be on display in the form of a gallery, and from different groups we have worked with, and each group is going to present some from all the workshops or all the games, all the dances, all the music, everything they did. Every group is presenting something from their migration story. So there's is it a surprise? Do I tell it what they are doing now? Yeah, do you want me
Well,
that?
we are only sharing it between those groups, so I think you can share.
Okay, so the young adults group is sharing a piece from Maya Productions musical, and they are telling a story on that music, and they're going to share how they build up that story and how they come up with a choreography for that, and they're going to dance that piece. And the other group, one of the ladies group, they are going to do a drama about how taking story of one of the ladies, which resembles most of their stories, like, because most of the ladies came to this country through the route of marriage. So they are going to tell that entire story through songs and through little spoken words and through just through miming it out. And another group is going to, that's like great. So they are going to enact how the different visual arts workshop happened. But it's not just that they are drawing; they are going to do it in a they are going to do it through using humans, through the participants. So they are going to make a human mandala. Now that's a surprise. Yeah, exactly. They're going to make human mandala. They are going to make other visual arts which they did. They're going to show the story and how it helped them to connect to their migration. That's what they're going to do. So different each groups.
And as the audience have said, it sounds amazing. All these things just sound so brilliant and so wonderful. And I think we've got a few minutes left, and I just wondered if you could all kind of identify what's been your favourite moment of the project. Suzanne, I'll start with you, and then we'll go to Laura, and then back to Charu. Suzanne.
Well, I think that sort of coming in and actually seeing the work, I must admit, when I joined in the sessions and watched it, that's definitely, I found those sessions really kind of engaging, funny, moving. So I think that's definitely my favourite. I think I wanted to also add, though, that you know, that kind of learning that I kind of had as an artist and a person, I actually also feel very much that we as an organisation and as a team here have definitely kind of learned from working in partnership. Because actually working with Ignite, who are based in a different city, but actually through Zoom, we've actually spent a lot of time kind of connecting and being able to kind of create something. I think that we wouldn't have done it in the same way pre-pandemic. But I think, again, what that then also has done for us at Maya is opened up our eyes to local Sheffield artists like yourselves as well, who then bring something different to a project that I had originally kind of imagined ages ago. So I think the learning as well from kind of working in partnership and bringing more than one artist onto a program of work is that actually it becomes richer as well, and you get to experience something that you wouldn't have expected if you'd actually run it yourself, you know, down here. So I think that I just wanted to kind of add that. So that's kind of my favourite moment and learning as well.
Thanks, Sue. Laura.
Well, a few really. Some was like hearing people say how important it was to them to have that time for themselves, and just feeling part of that was just really nice, really beautiful. And just as trust built up between us all as a group, it was just really nice to get to know people, especially having not met many new people for the year. I think that just felt really special. People felt comfortable to share stories, and also just the humour that was involved. So lots of laughing and just sitting together and showing each other dances from their own country. It's just pure joy. There are a few of my favourite things about it.
And Charu, what are some of your favourite? Pull on your favourite moments.
I think everything has been so good, but I'm just waiting for the best when all the groups are going to perform, because I think I'm the only one who knows what they are going to do, which I've told you all. And I think that will be my best moment. I'll be proud of every one of them, the team and participants and this country for welcoming the immigrants like myself. So I think my proud moment is still waiting. 2 more days. So anybody in the audience, if they would like to join on Migration Matters on 12th of July, yes. So, but yeah, everything has been good. No favoritism, all equal. They say the whole world is one family. So the whole week, all the sessions were one family. That's
Yes, and it's been a pleasure. We're kind of wrapping up on such a lovely note. I've shared my link and Imaginations link, can go on the work that we're doing as a wider organisation, but also more updates about this, and as well the Migration Matters Festival website, as Charu's just referenced, is probably the best place to get some more information on these other projects that we're doing. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone. So great to be here. Thanks for having us. My name is Anna. I'm producer for Culture Mile, and we're joined today by some of our lovely Culture Mile Imagine Fund community to tell you a bit about our pilot participatory grant making project, the Imagine Fund. So I'm going to kick off with a little bit of context, but as this was a community-led project, this is going to be a community-led sharing as well. So after I've given a little bit of chat, I'll hand over to Kate, our brilliant facilitator and Imagine Fund grantee, and she's going to chair some conversations with some other people involved in the project as well, who you'll meet in a bit. So just a bit of context. What is Culture Mile? It's a partnership project based in the City of London, which is jointly run by the Barbican, the Museum of London, Guildhall School of Music and Drama, the London Symphony Orchestra and the City of London Corporation. And it's a project where those organisations are working together to transform the city and make more of a dynamic cultural district, engage with local communities and make exciting things happen in the area. So that's who we are. And then a little bit about why this project came about. So like a lot of other people, in March 2020, we were right in the middle of planning some big, large-scale public events that would be taking place over the summer. We were planning festivals, mass participation dance projects, nighttime programming in pubs and clubs, basically all the things that instantly became impossible overnight. And although it was a difficult situation, it gave us a really kind of vital opportunity to think about Culture Mile's role as a place-based project and how we could support the communities in our neighbourhood and what we were doing and what we weren't doing, and how we could build better processes for listening and connecting to the people around us that would take us through the pandemic, but hopefully beyond that as well. So yeah, we decided at that point that the budgets that we'd been planning to spend on these big festivals could be most usefully used as a fund that local people could apply into, and that could be administered as a participatory grant-making model. And this would allow us to hear from local people about what mattered to them and what they needed right now, and also allow us to quickly and dynamically kind of get small amounts of seed funding to lots of people to try ideas out for things that happen in the area. So just a little definition of participatory grant making. Participatory grant making seeds decision-making power about funding, including the strategy and criteria behind those decisions, to the communities that funders aim to serve. So through a kind of nominations process, reaching out to all of the people that we knew about in our local area, we recruited a panel of 12 local residents, and artists and people who worked in local charities, people with a strong connection to the area who cared about what happened here. And those 12 people worked together to design a decision-making process for how applications would be assessed, and then read and scored and assessed all the applications that we received into the fund. So that process gave us 10 Imagine Fund projects, which has been realised across the last year. And it's been such a huge learning curve for us. Obviously, participatory grant making is not a new process. There's loads of amazing work happening in this field, right, across this country and around the world. But it was a really new thing for us and a big step and a really exciting step to hand decision-making power over to other people. And we've learned a huge amount. I think some of the key things for us have been around like the massive appetite for this way of working in our local area. People who took part seem to really want their voices heard and want to be a part of these decision-making processes. And we had so many fantastic applications for projects in the area, so many creative ideas. There's a possibility to do way, way more, was another key learning. These seed funds that we gave out were only £500. And that is not a huge amount. It was a pilot, and I think what we've learned is that those seed funds only really work if there's really clear next steps for someone to take once they've got their idea off the ground. I think we also learned about slowing down being quite vital. We're used to working in the arts at this kind of like insane pace that the pandemic wouldn't let us work at, and slowing down was really useful and necessary for us. And also that there's a lot of care and consideration that needs to go into these kind of processes, and thinking about how spaces are held, being really transparent about our role as Culture Mile, as an institution, as an organisation, in this situation as a funder, what our objectives are and making sure that everybody's clear about that and on board with that, so that there's like a good level of trust built between everybody involved. And I think also we wanted to create a space for creativity, so make sure that everyone who was involved had the kind of capacity and time and support to engage and just be creative on their own terms, really. And I think we could do a lot more with that going forward. So that's a little bit of context from our side about why we set it up and why we wanted to do what we did. But now I'm going to hand over to Kate, who was an amazing grantee on the project, who's going to tell us a little bit about the outputs, and then introduce some of the rest of the panel for Q&A.
Thanks, Anna. Yeah, really interesting to hear, the processes from your kind of side. And obviously we're going to hear more about how projects were chosen and also more of from the grantees. So it'd be really good to have a look at the mural, if that could be shared in the chat. And also we've got it on screen, so it's in the chat area as well, so you'll be able to click on this and look at it a bit later. But this is basically a really lovely showcase of all the 10 Imagine Fund projects. And what you do is you move your cursor, your mouse, around the screen, and you just double click or double tap on one of the blue screens. And when you do that, a little box will appear. Now, occasionally, in this one, you can see, here we are, Clothing Venture. It's a really lovely project, and do give them all a watch, because some really, really fine sort of stuff that's been going on. But if you don't get the video popping up like that, don't worry, you can actually click and it will go into a new window with YouTube. So if you don't get the actual video in that box, you can still watch them. Most of them are about a couple of minutes each. They're beautifully filmed as well. They're sort of standalone pieces, but they'll give you a real insight into what each of us as grantees have done. And today I'm really thrilled because I'm going to be speaking with Aliyah, who was on the panel, one of the people on the panel who helped to choose the projects, but also Jack and Shirley, who are grantees like myself. And just speaking personally about Imagine Fund, obviously with COVID, I'm an actor, writer and trainer and campaigner, and it gave me a new direction, just from literally conversations in the area at distance that I was having whilst feeding ducks and moorhens. And so my little project was about bringing creative responses to the lockdown. And off the back of that, which I think ties into what Anna said, is that I've actually been building more connections, people that I've met. I've just had a get together with about 8 of us, and we're going to be doing more of that now that obviously the lockdowns are coming to an end. So that was a first step, and a brilliant first step. So let's meet Aliyah. Are you there, Aliyah? There we are. Let me just oh, you might be having connection issues. So, oh no, here we are. I can see you. Lovely. Can you hear me okay? Oh, we can't hear you. You might need to unmute. The joys of modern technology. But Aliyah was on a panel with a lot of local residents. So as Anna was saying, it's very much from the communities, by the community, from the community, and for the community. Aliyah, can you hear me now? Do you want to say something? Oh, we've still got a sound issue on that. Maybe, yeah, why don't we go to Jack and Shirley? We'll come back to you, Aliyah. That's fine. Don't worry, because we're definitely going to hear from you. So why don't we go to our fellow grantees, which let's begin with Jack Pryor. Jack, if you just want to introduce yourself, we'll then watch the short film that's in the mural.
Hi, I'm Jack. You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm Jack Pryor. I'm a creative facilitator, and I work in the area at Holborn Community Association. Yeah, my project was mini figures in unexpected places. So I was putting Lego figures up around the area, up trees, on top of bus stops, on top of signs, anywhere I kind of could. You'll see a little bit more about that in the video.
Lovely. So can we have a look at the video, hopefully, if that can come up.
Jack Pryor, and my project is Mini Figures in Unexpected Places. Well, lockdown was quite a serious time for central London as well. People that were coming into London were coming into work and sort of risking their lives. So I wanted to bring some joy to those situations. That's why I'd put like some of the scenes up on top of bus stops. I thought that if someone was going into work on the bus and then they saw some Lego figures and then they sort of double took what they saw, and then maybe that might make them smile. It's just sort of simple spreading joy, not corona. I came up to the Barbican. I've always been fond of the area, but it allowed me to explore it some more, just cycle around some streets. I hadn't found this place and I was just sort of looking around, saw a car park, looked over the wall and thought, wow, what is this place? But actually the council were good with allowing me to put up bird boxes, for example. Creating those relationships was actually a bit easier than I expected. And they're relationships that I can like bounce onto other councils and be like, oh, well, these guys said it was fine, so is it okay for me to put it in your park? And that helps with like funding applications and those kind of things. It can be quite self-contained, like a ladder, a pannier and some Lego bricks, and that's all I really need. And if I see an opportunity, can sort of jump at it.
Lovely. Thank you, Jack. That's great. We'll be having a little chat with you in a moment, but let's speak to fellow grantee Shirley Islam. Let's hear from you a little bit about yourself, and then we'll see your film.
Hi, I'm Shirley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Brilliant. I'm an unpaid carer. I live in the City of London, and most people, when they think of the word carer, think of a paid care worker. But there's many of us that look after friends and family. And during these COVID past times, many people would have become a carer. So at the start of the pandemic, I sort of set up a Zoom, and with the help of the Imagine Fund, had a Zoom account and the ability to have activities.
Fantastic. So yes, let's have a look at the film.
My name is Shirley Islam, and my project that I founded was the City Carers Community. I thought of the idea in April 2020, after the pandemic. There were lots of carers that needed support, and it was the only way to connect us together using Zoom. In the city here, we don't have a resident-led carer group, or what they call, I think, peer groups. This was the first time where the technology allowed us to join together. I thought of fun as arts or music, but it had the word community, and I thought, well, I'm going to try. We had essentially two main things there. The first was on Mondays, we have a share and learn where anyone that needs any help with anything, such as, oh my God, there's no more shopping slots. What do I do? How do I get a shopping slot? Where do I find them? What's happened to the hospital appointment? And even last week, we were talking about renewing our disabled badges and what the process was. So it's the hints and tips and sharing that we do. Then on the weekends, on Sundays, it has been Sundays so far, I have run 9 sims so far of 2 to 3 different activities. One is Qigong, and the other one was a reduced price version of monoprint, but essentially making everybody feel able to do something within the hour. People are looking for it. It's grown organically, and it's just been amazing. And another part I'd say was it's really transformative. I mean, this year for me, for many people, the pandemic has been so difficult time and challenging time. But for carers, it's allowed us to connect and attend things far more. I mean, there's a particular carer that in a whole year might have attended 2 meetings. At the start of this, they were there every single month for 5 months. Because we can care, switch off, leave a hospital appointment, get on a Zoom, and then go back to what we're doing. So I discovered we had more attendance, more people, more questions. I discovered all skills that I used to have to bring people together. And I also discovered about how to put things in the local newsletters. I have more demand than I have budget for. I have more people than I can provide for. So to be able to do that and to create a team, when I applied and I asked the other carers, what would you like to do? I'm going to try community Zoom account and try for activities we want to do. Everyone thought that's never going to happen. It made us more believe in ourselves, believe in our ability to spot an idea and to make it happen, which without the Zoom, it would not have done. Without the funding, couldn't have had the instructors. It has allowed connection amongst families and locations up and down the country. It has allowed people to reconnect with people that haven't even spoken to all year. It's allowed people to see and wave, and there's so much that could be done. It's just mind-blowing.
Fantastic. So be really good to have a chat with both Jack and Shirley now. So what I'd really like to know, first of all, it's really what was your experience like of being part of the Imagine Fund? Jack, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. It was great. I applied for the funding, not really expecting to get it, but the funding application, I've tried to apply for funding before, and it's usually like pages and pages, and they want budgets up front, and they want this and they want that, and often the deadline creeps up and you haven't managed to do any of that. But this was a lot more simple, and for someone that's struggles with lots of forms. I'm dyslexic, so this was a really accessible way to apply, get funding. And then also, I think, like Anna mentioned, quite a relaxed approach and giving you time to let your idea really formulate, try some things out, and then come back. And it was like a learning experience for me, and has allowed me to now apply and get more funding for to do the same project in other areas. So it was a really good sort of door opening and sort of stepping stone to developing the project.
Fantastic. That's really, really good to hear. And I can absolutely sympathise with that. The fact that it was accessible and there weren't loads of forms, it's a really good starting place to then, build on that as you're doing. Brilliant. Shirley, how about you?
But actually, similar thing to Jack there. One, the form was really simple to do. I mean, the main thing for us was just applying, seeing that word community, and thinking, well, we're just going to give this a go. And sim to Jack, didn't think we would actually be one of the ones selected. And it's been brilliant in the way that we could do what we wanted. I know it's only £500, but hopefully you saw from each of our videos how much we did. All of our time was voluntary, and we're all carers. So the super thing is everyone chose what they wanted to do. I didn't decide it. We all could have, someone that wanted to do something, so we could share the things that we love. Because one of the things when you're caring is people think you sometimes lose a sense of self. You're looking after someone full time and you forget those things you used to love to do. And the great thing about the arts is, we've had salsa, we've had qigong, we've had singing. All of these things really help people to get more endorphins. And it was a way to do that. And unlike Jack at the moment, we had a little bit more funding until July, and then that's it. So, we're looking for finding some other avenues as an individual.
What, if possible, if you've got any kind of contact website or page or something people could get in touch with, perhaps you could share that in the chat. Just a thought, Shirley, if you can. Right, so thinking about your local connections, particularly, I think, Shirley, in this instance, how did that affect, your connection to the area? Did that really affect perhaps who you could reach? How was that, the fact that you were very much based here in the area?
So the thing for us is because we did everything on Zoom, and the reason the connection, the area is really important is a lot of the carers, there's one particular person who's housebound, who couldn't leave during the course of the pandemic due to, vulnerable. We've got vulnerable adults and vulnerable children. So a lot of the people were at home, and this allowed us to connect in a way that
people hadn't met each other. I'll give you an example. There's one lady in a tower block, another lady joined in, and they didn't know they lived 2 floors apart for the last 15 years. You know, in the Zoom, we would then ask at the end, you know, where is everyone? And the fact that we all live within 25 minutes walk from each other was just crazy. And, you know, now it's ability to go into your local supermarket, and if you see someone, be able to say hello. And, you know, London can be a really lonely place, and especially when you're a carer and in the pandemic, and just connecting and seeing friendly faces and building that through the year, that's been, yeah, really great.
Fantastic. And Jack, just sort of very briefly, I know you were saying that you know the area a bit, but did that sort of affect how your approach to the work?
Yeah, so the minifigures and some of the scenes that I tried to create on the bus stops and other places were inspired by the local area, local characters. Sort of, I put buses up on top of the bus stops, and there was like some taxi ranks outside the Barbican. There's always taxis going by, so I put up some Lego taxis, and then also I saw all the parks and thought that some Lego bird boxes would look great there too. So yeah, it was kind of responsive to the area, and I was also able to do a workshop online with some people from the local area. And what else? Oh, I just got a question that said, someone said, what was your, should I answer these questions now, or is there a time for questions?
Well, if we, we'll come back to that in a second. If you just want to, yeah.
Yes, sorry. But yeah, so, and also being connected to the Barbican, it meant that I could then run a workshop in the Barbican, a Lego workshop with Accumulate, which is one of their artists in residence, and come and sort of explain my experience of Lego in the local area and also other Lego projects that I've been involved in. So yeah, it was really good. So I'm quite connected to the area.
And sort of really important, thinking of the future, how can we sort of grow the you know, this kind of work, as it were, in the future? What would your suggestions be to help this approach, not just here in the Culture Mile, but have you got any suggestions or feedback on that to help it grow in the future? Shirley?
One of the things now that I'm finding is, because we were, you know, a bunch of individual carers that come together to do this, and we also have our friends and family join in, effectively, as far as I can see, we're the only ones that do this on a weekend for carers, and no one else does. And we're not part of a charity or a group or something. So trying to apply for things, the Imagine Fund was great because you didn't have to be any of those. And we could, you know, get some seed money. And as you can see from the video, it's really valuable work, and people want to know what's happening in August, and I can't apply for things locally because as an individual. And as a new person coming into this, it'd be really great to find out how, you know, as individuals we can do that, and how to remove, you know, all the paperwork that's around it. There seems to be a lot of metrics you need beforehand and metrics afterwards. And similar to Jack, I'm dyslexic, and the carers I'm working with have learning disabilities. So it's really not accessible in that way. And it takes so much time. Like, why can't we just have like a little video call to sort it out? That would be so much easier.
That's a really good point. And yeah, I think just making it simpler, and certainly when it's the sort of smaller fund, because then that's sort of a gateway, and, you know, to sort of building things further forward, because you've got this project under your belt, as it were. Now there's a lovely question that's come in for Jack, and it's saying, what was the favorite place that you made, that you created with Lego?
I really liked the bird boxes, but to be honest, I like them all. But I like putting up the bird boxes, and I put little quotes on them. Mm-hmm. As well, which I quite liked, thinking of the quotes and finding the quotes to put them on. And my favorite quote, I think, was, you don't stop playing because you get old because you stop playing. And I think that's a really important message, and I hope, like, I kind of spread some sort of playfulness on the streets with the Lego.
I love you went in the video when you said that you were spreading joy, not code.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Now we've got some more questions, I believe, coming in, but again, I love what you were saying, Shirley, as well, about making ideas happen, because it was sort of a simpler thing to, you know, to apply for. You could actually make these things happen, and then, you know, start to experiment, to try things out, and sometimes obviously it would work really well. Just wondering if you sort of had any, whilst I'm waiting for questions, any hiccups along the way. I know for me with mine, I actually lost my main sort of work, my main job. So things got really tricky, but the Imagine Funds has opened other doors for me and given me a different direction I could never have dreamed of, because that was a pretty low spot to be in. How about you, Shirley? Was there anything, maybe didn't go quite as you hoped, but perhaps you've turned it around? Or
so I can, because each individual choose what we did each month. And one of them, purely for the fact if you were looking after, their health plummeted, the cared for person. So we needed to switch what we were doing. Had this been traditional funding at the park, we couldn't do that. So then we switched from moving it 1 month down to 2 months later. And due to popular demand, had the Qigong back again. So, things like that are really flexible. And also to kind of bear in mind, talking to people that sort of do the teaching and the dancing and the instructors, it was getting them to understand not to deliver a full program that you would normally do. So something that's in a session in a room is full on. And when you're speaking to people that are just exhausted, having a full on session is just too much. And to say to people, just do 50% of your content and that would just be great. And that, those type of things seem to be really surprising. And what was also wonderful is, we had the Qigong lady's been teaching for 30 years. The Salsa guy's been teaching for 25 years. And just being able to have them in this space was just great.
Fantastic. And Jack, anything with you? As I was saying with Mike, a fairly major thing happened, and that in a way it meant I wasn't always in contact as much with people as I would have liked. But the way I've sort of turned it around is that we've just had this little get together, and we'll be doing more of that, to which you're both very much invited. So yeah, is there anything on your side that maybe didn't quite go as you'd hoped, but you've turned it around, or something you've learned from?
It was all a bit of a learning curve, to be honest, and I have noticed that some of the minifigures have gone wandering, but that was kind of expected, and I like to think that they're kind of living another life somewhere with someone having fun using them. So that was part of the project, and you can kind of try and prevent that as much as you can. I mean, I went pretty high up that tree, but someone got it down. But some of them are still there, like the ones on top of the bus stops. So you learn that actually the bus stop ones are probably the best, because you can't see them from the street, but you can see them from the top of the bus. And then no one's really going to get off the bus to then go and climb on top of the bus stop. So in that way, I think that was probably the best. That's a sort of platform that I want to probably use more. And maybe get a bigger ladder as well.
Yeah, and it's sort of almost playing to different audiences as well, and particularly because we've come through all these lockdowns, that people who had to go into work.
Exactly.
And how lovely that they were seeing the minifigures and the little scenes there just for them.
Yeah.
So I think, well, if we wrap up this bit for now, and hopefully we might be able to come back to some more questions when they're listed on our message board. But it'd be really good to have a chat with Aaliyah York now, if that's all right with you both. So Aaliyah was a member of the panel who was choosing the projects. Just checking that Aaliyah is there. If not, there's plenty more we can talk about. Oh yes, here we are. Hi Aaliyah, that's great to have you. If you're able to pop the camera on, that would be lovely. But yeah, Aaliyah was with sort of a panel of local residents who had the very difficult task, because I understand there were a lot of applications, of choosing the 10 projects, of which 3 of us are here today. Aaliyah, can you hear me all right? Oh, no, not necessarily. Okay. Well, let's just have a look. If we can't get Aaliyah, well, we can certainly... Oh, here we are. Wonderful.
Can you hear me, Kate?
Loud and clear. Brilliant.
Oh, amazing.
Good to have you. Just give us a very brief introduction about yourself, first of all.
So my name's Aaliyah. I had the pleasure of joining the Imagine Fund panel, which essentially meant that I played a role in making the decisions with my other panelists to create some of the to give money essentially, which was really, really exciting. And outside of that, I'm a campaigner and activist and do loads of work around how we can make education a better place. So I was really proud to sort of bring my expertise into that, especially as a young person, onto the Imagine Fund.
Excellent. And what's that initiative called? Is it Pupil Power?
Pupil Power, yeah. And we're just reimagining education in the 21st century, and we're just a group of young people from different parts of the country.
I agree with all of that, apart from take out the just. It's really brilliant what you're doing. So Pupil Power, remember that. And you're on Instagram, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
So get following at Pupil Power. Now, just bringing it back, obviously, to the Imagine Fund, Aaliyah. What was the experience like as being part of a panel of local residents? How did that work? Were you all a big group together, or was it split into different sort of smaller groups?
So from what I remember, we were like a group, and then we got split into different breakout rooms, and we sort of divided up the applications. And it was pretty intense at first because there was quite a few applications to sort of like divide up and go through. And again, as you can imagine, different people that applied from the community had different types of projects. So they were really quite broad, and the focus was quite big as well, but it made it really exciting.
Excellent. And how did you find making the decisions about the sort of cultural, making decisions about the cultural outputs in the area? I mean, gosh, that's quite a technical term. But, you know, how did you feel about sort of having this chance to bring these sort of creative projects to the area? I suppose was it quite a responsibility, or how did you feel about it doing that?
Yeah, I think in some senses it did feel like a huge responsibility, because you feel like it's the power's in your hands, and you're making a decision that's ultimately going to elevate and accelerate somebody's project in their community. And like, it goes without saying, like, all the projects deserve money, all the projects were amazing in their own ways. And I think I mentioned before on a previous event that we did, that you sort of have connections to different projects based on your own work. So like I said, I'm all about youth activism and education. So anything that had that sort of like social cause factor, I was really drawn to, whereas another panelist was drawn to another sort of area. So for that reason, it was really important that we kind of put our biases to a side and just really looked at it and tried to evaluate which project was going to have the most impact. I really enjoyed it. And especially, again, being the youngest member on the panel, feeling like I could really bring that youth perspective and have impact in the community. It was, I was really proud to be a part of it.
Fantastic. And just out of interest, because obviously, as you just sort of said, it's really important to have, you know, diversity of age, background on these sort of panels. How did you actually hear about it to actually get involved? How did you hear about Imagine Fund? How did they get in touch with you? Can you remember? Just out of interest.
I actually can remember, yeah. So I did a radio show for that was associated with the Barbican, and I was sort of in the network, and so it kind of got passed around internally, which was really exciting because it was the second time I was involved in something like this. But again, the model and the structure and the way it happened and how flexible it was, and again how the panelists had so much autonomy, I would say. And we were all sort of seen as equal and had a big say in it. It was quite a different, in a good way. It was a different experience.
Oh, fantastic! That's really good. And how would you? So we've been through this whole process. You've seen these projects happen and been part of different events as well related to it. What are your thoughts on how this could actually Imagine Fund and others could grow? What would you sort of say are areas that you could see doing more of that would be beneficial?
I think just overall as a fund, it shows other funders and just other people that want to give out money that is actually possible, and it's easy, and it doesn't have to be complex and long-winded. Like, again, we were mentioning before, like paperwork, and it puts, for someone who has a project, it puts you off of applying. And so trying to showcase and sort of emphasize the point that it doesn't have to be complicated, it can be quite easy, and also it's not daunting to apply because you have human beings who are also in the community and also have different projects who are a part of that panel and a part of that process of making the decisions. So I think there's a lot to pull away from what we've achieved with the Imagine Fund, and hopefully, you know, from me as a panelist and you know, people that have received the money as grantees, we can all sort of like pull back feedback and make, hopefully, if we have another opportunity to do round 2, even more impactful.
Fantastic. And just, you know, would you recommend there to be a new Imagine Fund, new projects? Would you recommend it?
Absolutely. I hope there is, with more money and then more applications, so that we could have even more impact in the community.
Fantastic.
Plan.
Yeah, brilliant. Now we'll just see if there's any questions from the audience. We can open it up perhaps to everybody who's been involved, Jack and Shirley as well. I've just got a little message board here, just keeping my eye on it. But I think, yeah, it's really interesting what you were saying about sort of the future of it, and that, yeah, it just feels like it's almost like quite a risk in a way that Culture Mile took, and good on them.
Absolutely.
And also you were saying as well, I think from the other side, sometimes small pots of funding are just for, I don't know, photocopying or materials, but you can't put anything towards some of your time. But with Imagine Fund, it was just more sort of open about how you could use the funding. And I think that is really important, because if it's just materials, you're probably only going to get certain people applying for it, whereas this opened it up to a bigger audience. So yeah, just now just seeing if we do have any more questions. I think that is about it, but if you had any very quick in it, and just in a few words, Shirley, any sort of advice, or, you know, for anybody thinking of doing if we can have another Imagine Fund, for example, what would you say? Go for it, or what would you say? Just briefly.
Yeah, definitely, yes. I wasn't expecting you to ask me, so yes, definitely go for it. Put it in there. We did it originally, to be honest, as a laugh and thinking it would be wonderful, because we had the Zoom account and we were doing it for 39 minutes on the free Zoom and then cut off. So yes, you know, apply, and yeah, back over to you and Anna.
Fantastic. And Jack, just quickly as well, what would you say to anyone if we're, you know, lucky enough to have a new Imagine Fund on the way? What would you say to anyone who might apply?
Yeah, this is a good opportunity to, you might have a project at the back of your mind that you've sort of been thinking about or playing with for a long time, for a short time. This is a great opportunity to just take a punt on it, and sort of you didn't feel enough pressure that it was like a big risk. It was and that was a real credit, I think, to Culture Mile, that you could just be quite playful with your idea, and you felt supported in that.
Fantastic. Well, thank you all very much, and I'll hand back to Anna Casey. Thank you.
Thanks, Kate. We've got a little bit of time actually, and there's some questions that have come in, so I'm going to fire them over to you guys. Also, Kate, to give you an opportunity to answer as a grantee as well, because you delivered your own amazing project. So maybe we'll start with you. How has this project changed you, and do you have any future plans?
Oh, yes. Oh, do you know, I'm just scrolling down. I can see these questions now. I apologise.
No worries, no worries.
Yeah, it has changed me. My previous work, I'd done a lot of work around suffragette Emily Davison. I'd taken a play to Parliament and created a grassroots initiative encouraging women and young people to vote and championing equality. But Imagine Fund, I wasn't able to do. There's not a suffragette in sight, so it's sort of a different area for me, but it's the same values of hopefully empowering and getting people to share their stories, their ideas. And off the back of that, as I sort of mentioned earlier on, I've started to have local meetups, as it were, with neighbours and fellow creatives. And we've just had our first one. And yeah, it just feels like we're building a stronger community coming out of this. And that's thanks to the Imagine Fund.
Oh, thanks, Kate. That's amazing. We've got some other ones here. Shirley, what are some of the lessons that you learned from your project?
Oh God, how long have you got? Just loads. I mean, this has literally, you know, it's added a stream which we've seen, I guess, up and down the UK, of people that are at home can actually access and join in and participate. And then they can feel they have a voice, and then they can feel they're seen, and then we can input. I mean, it's changed so many things in the area, to the point in the last year now, as a result, after doing the Imagine Fund, I've spoken to local councillors. During Carers Week, I was speaking to MPs with a little video clip here of what I'd done. It's just been crazy. It's literally been crazy. I'm here. Like, how did this happen?
And we're so glad you are. Thanks, Shirley. There's a question about how the submissions were chosen. And that's, I guess, one for Aaliyah, really. So she was part of the panel doing that work. I don't know, how would you sum it up, Aaliyah?
What a great question. How do I sum it up? I guess the easiest way to say it is that, like, we had all the applications, and then there was a group of us, and we just like split it off into groups. And it was a process of us initially deciding what are we measuring, what are we looking for. So we sort of like came up with the team of having like measuring it as like red, amber, yellow, but sort of like doing a traffic light system. And then from there we just sort of like went through and scored on different themes that we were looking at. So like impact, I guess like positivity, like all the different aspects that we were looking at. It was quite a long while ago, so I can't name them all. And based on those categories, did it that way, and then went back to the team. So there's a lot of like, you know, going away, pulling away, coming back together. There was loads of different components to it. I didn't explain that perfectly.
No, that was a really good explanation. I think it was a very collaborative process, wasn't it? And a very kind of, because you guys were designing it as you went, I think it was quite, it's difficult to sum up because it was quite an iterative process, but obviously you did an amazing job. And I think for us, it was really exciting as Culture Mile to kind of step away from that process and see the results of it and the kind of the way it happened. It was just really exciting. And we've got another question that's about the unexpected wins of the project. Jack, were there any unexpected wins for you?
Yeah, I think just kind of being active and getting the ball rolling, and then getting the social media rolling and stuff like that. Through that, I was getting messages and opportunities that I wouldn't have got if I hadn't. So like I said, I got to do that workshop in the Barbican. I've managed to do some other workshops through it. So that they were definitely unexpected wins. Also, like just contacting people like the council, I always thought, that's going to be a stress. Like they're going to say no, and then I'm going to have to write a letter or something. I don't know. But actually, I just chatted to this nice guy, and he was like, "Yeah, that sounds great. Put up the bird boxes in the trees," and it was just much easier than everything was a bit easier than I'd built it up to be in my mind. And you don't know that until you try, and opportunities like this kind of allow you to do that.
Oh, that's good. It's always better when it's that way around, easier than you think, rather than harder.
Yeah.
I think just to chuck in a cheeky unexpected win from Culture Mile's side, I think it was really nice for us to be able to kind of, we knew we'd have this panel and that they would work together, and then we knew we'd have all these projects, but actually the relationships that we've been able to build with the project leaders and that they can build with each other has really helped from Culture Mile's side feel like we've got much stronger connections to people in the area. Like, you know, it's the energy and the enthusiasm and the skills and the expertise of these local people that has made this work happen. And they're the experts in Culture Mile and what it's like to live here and what the area needs. And us getting to kind of receive some of that expertise from them was so useful for us. But then also just to have kind of strong relationships with amazing delivery partners like these guys in the area is just like really invaluable for the project and something that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, I think. So yeah, we're really, really grateful for that. And that was, we were hoping for that win. It wasn't super unexpected, but yeah, it's great that it did happen. Okay, I think that's all our questions, and we've got 1 minute left. So I'm just going to sum up a little bit to say, again, like a massive thank you to everyone who was on the Imagine panel or delivered an Imagine Fund project or applied for an Imagine Fund grant, because it's just really amazingly useful for us to hear what matters to people about the place that we all share together. And I think hopefully this is the start of us being able to kind of listen better and communicate better. And I guess our kind of long-term learnings and goals from this are around that thing of getting money to our local community to deliver work and trying to make that just as easy as possible for them. Like Shirley mentioned, it's really hard if you're not a constituted charity or if you're an individual working on your own, or, you know, even if you are like an artist or a professional, these things can be so complicated. And actually, we just want to trust our community to deliver really good work and try and make their lives as simple as possible. So hopefully we'll be reshaping the project to do it again, kind of bigger and better in the future. But if anyone has any questions for us, please do get in touch. You can find me on the Culture Mile website, and we'll share some links in the chat as well. And please do go to the mural board that Kate showed earlier, and you can see a short film about each of the 10 projects, which are just very fascinating and beautiful and diverse in their scope and their range, and it gives you a real sense of what can be achieved with even tiny amounts of money with these kind of democratic decision-making processes. So yeah, I think that's it from us. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I woke up at 3 a.m. and I was having some contractions. So I told my partner and then I went back to sleep.
And it was just like 2.5 days of me being in labour, and they just didn't have any staff to put me on to the next stage.
And they were like, not to panic you, but you're very dehydrated and the baby's heart rate dropped after every contraction. So I got chucked onto like a heart monitor around my stomach and I couldn't move about 6 hours. So Fraser went and got a kebab.
I kind of just mentioned, I think I might be leaking. And they were like, well, you couldn't be because you would know, blah, blah, blah. But I think so. I've been having a little twinge every 20 minutes now. And they kind of were like, well, we'll have a look. And they had a look, this nurse. And then she just rushed and went and got the consultant. And the consultant was like, yes, you're 3-4 centimetres dilated, you're staying here.
I needed to shit more than anything in my life. So I went to the toilet and instead of a poo, like this big sort of blob of mucus fell out onto the floor. And I was like, the baby's coming.
And I was like, okay. And I was like, what do we have to get to? And she was like, 10 centimetres. And I was like, fuck, 10 centimetres. And I was working out 4 hours for every 2 centimetres. I was like, we're going to be here for hours.
I think I was quite lucky. I think because my body decided not to try and give birth, so I didn't get to the point of contractions when they were really horrible. I just had the early ones. So all right, bit of gas in there, and then they were like, take him out. I said, take him out.
It was just too painful and she just wasn't coming out and heart rate was dropping. So I had to end up having a C-section.
And then they cut my vag open and then he came out and they like dumped him on my chest and I saw him for a second and then they took him away and they cut the cord and they had to like suck all of the poo out of him. And I just remember lying there going, oh God, please no. Thinking like my baby's died. And the birth playlist was playing Nothing But Flowers by the Talking Heads.
No, it was lovely. I was ready to go again. Like, it was beautiful.
But within like 20 seconds, he was there and I heard him cry. And then suddenly it was like, oh God, he's fine. And then he got handed to me and my first, and as the women, as the woman who delivered my baby, stitched my vag up, my final words were never again. Never again.
Hello, Stanley Halls! Tonight we are bringing you a dazzling, jaw-dropping wrestling theatre spectacular. It's Mummy versus who, I hear you ask? That's the point. And now, welcome to the stage. You'll be spending the next 75 minutes inside her social anxieties. It's Heather Vandenberg.
Good evening. Hello, I am Heather. I'm here today to tell you why being a parent and a wrestler is exactly the same thing. If you've not seen wrestling before, don't worry. It's just violent pantomime, okay? So you cheer the goodies. And then you boo the baddies. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Don't worry, though, because we've got signs to help. So without further ado, let's start with our first match. This is a little tag team action that we like to call National Health Smackdown. Tonight we are going to find out the answer to that question that's been bugging all of us in 2021. Who knows what's best for women giving birth? Not women, surely. So please welcome to the stage our first team, the Mansplainers. Raised by a nanny, hailing from Hampshire. He is here today. We can thank him for shortages in labour wards, midwives working 20-hour shifts, the privatisation of the birth sector. He's strong and stable, just don't ask him for a pay rise. It's budget cuts. And from the other end of the political spectrum is a tag team partner to match his blatant disregard for the health services. He thinks C-sections are for the weak. The midwives are trying to silence his voice as a father. He's read all about it on the internet, so you don't have to. It's Perfectberg. and To Face the Mansplainers is a tag team that continues to literally get your child out in the world in the face of mounting pressure. It's the 24-hour Kegel people! First to the ring, she is slowly paying her debts from nursing college. She is competing in this wrestling match on her dinner break because she has to, weighing in at 3,186 pounds per capita. It's the NHS! And finally, developed over 200,000 years of human evolution so that we can walk upright, shit, and give birth. You only did a few weeks at Kegels, but she is going to get that melon out of that tiny hole. It's the pelvic floor. Well, now, Grapple fans, tonight sees us square off a heady feud that I watched unfold after spending 10 weeks in a public hospital. Our opponents are getting ready to fight and calling out any cheating in this match is that our referee, who for symbolic purposes is being played by my husband. The team who pins their opponent for 3 counts them out or gets them to tag out through submission wins. Okay, I'm just going to wait. The referee's going to just make sure everything's okay.
Sorry, referee, that's an illegal weapon.
That is not allowed.
No, you need this. I've been on the internet, right? You need this. I don't want it stinking up in here. This smells like frosting.
No, that's a fire hazard, and that's an illegal weapon.
That is a...
I've got the internet.
And the
Okay, the ref is calling this one. It's an illegal weapon in the ring is allowed.
Never mind that. What are you?
I'm the pelvic floor!
The pelvic floor? No, sorry. This maternity ward is lucky to have one room, let alone another floor.
Okay. The ref's going to call this. Okay, so any illegal objects out of the ring and only one person in the ring at a time. The rules are a tag match, is that the team can tag in their partner if they want them there. So.
Yes! Are you ready? Pelvic floor, are you ready? You ready? Heavy brothers, bucket counts. Are you ready? Yes. Get it on!
Ring the bell! Come on, give us some encouragement. Yeah! Okay, so this is a test of strength. See who is stronger, white male privilege or the NHS. Oh! That is nasty. Oh! Come on now. That was almost a very quick over, but that NHS is very tired from those 10 hours she's just worked. Oh, tagging in. Now, of course, when they tag in, they can also team up. This seems a little unfair. Come on, give us some encouragement. NHS. 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 Whoa! Amazing agility there. Oh.
NHS, please help me.
Showing incredibly noble there, helping him even though he's just probably eaten too much foie gras. Wow, what an incredible show. What? It's horrible. It's the Booper backbreaker. Oh, nasty. Will she submit to that horrible move?
Whoa. You want the
That's it. Obviously, pelvic floor, trying to make a tag so she can get in and lay it into them. She's helping, pushing now, trying to get those Kegels in the way, but oh no, this just looks really nasty. One in, one out. Come on, guys. NHS. Come on, push a little further, just a bit more. Come on, NHS, you just have to tag in. Everyone do Kegels now. Get them the power. Push, 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 push. Breath. Dastardly move. Use the opportunity to cheat. Oh, come on, NHS, you can do it. Oh, you're hideous. Oh, okay, right. Impressing no one. Oh, come on. You've just got to make the tag, NHS. Just hold on in there. Eventually someone will give you some more money. Okay, going up top now. This isn't looking good. Come on, NHS. Come on, you can do this. She's going up top. What's going to happen? Just make that tag. Make the tag. No! Disgusted by the pelvic floor. Oh, pulled off. This is hideous. That's it. Pelvic floor! That's the power of Kegels, everyone. The power of Kegels. And that's how you get through 14 hours of labour. Come on, pelvic floor! Oh! This could be it! Just before the 3 count, they need the 3 count to win. This could be it. Come on. Whoa.
Yeah, baby. No.
It's just CGI.
But yes, I'm more important and stronger than you. You're gonna feel my Tory tie. What? That's just the tie. I'm the fucking pelvic floor.
Oh, the double attack! Could this be it? 1, 2, 3. And the winners of the match, and ultimately the people you should definitely listen to when you have to squeeze a baby out. It's the 24-hour power people of the NHS, the pelvic floor. More action to follow shortly. And now it's over to Mummy.
New figures from the TUC show across the country childcare costs are rising much faster than our pay packets. Since 2008, wages rose by 12%, but childcare increased by 48%. And here in the capital, the price of childcare rose nearly 7.5 times more quickly than Londoners' pay.
Working the extra time in the evening is a bit annoying, and often I do extra work on the other evenings. So in busy periods, it can be quite draining, especially at the point now when somebody is quite draining also. So
having having the initial few weeks off when the baby was born and going back to work and being like, well, I'm a shit parent, I'm shit at my job, and I'm a shit partner. So I didn't feel like I was doing well at any of the things.
Find out. It's really hard. I've got to like do most of my work when she's sleeping or when my husband comes back from work. In the morning, I try and do the cooking and look after her. Yeah, because I just could not afford to not work. My husband just doesn't earn enough for me not to work.
I like walked through and then I signed my name on the thing, put my details, my numbers and registered and whatever you do there. And then they finally called me and said, oh, you're next. And I went through in the room and literally as I walked through with her and I had like the baby carrier on the front and I went to like sit down and talk, like the health visitor was literally like looking over my shoulder and I was like, hi. And then they were like, and then the first thing they said to me was, where's mum?
When first meeting my baby, someone said to me, you'll never be Heather again, you know that, right? You're mummy now. Mummy was like a less exciting version of me, a really boring wrestling character I didn't want to cheer for. So hello, I am Mummy. I'm the artist formerly known as Heather. I know that's not who you were expecting tonight. I'm also sad Heather can't be here, but, you know. Before I was Mummy, I was a left field feminist commentator on wrestling. And my favourite thing to do was to pretend to beat people up in a costume. Wrestling, for those of you who don't know, is an act of choreographed violence involving two or more people. It might look like loads of people slapping each other in lycra, but it's actually the purest way of telling a battle between good and evil. You, the audience, know it's a show to an extent, but you can't help becoming emotionally involved, cheering the goodies and booing the baddies. Being a wrestler requires you to be something more exciting. It requires you to give yourself fully to your art. It requires you to create new and exciting relationships with people you have nothing in common with, except your shared experience of wrestling. I expected being a wrestler to be harder than becoming a parent. Because my favourite thing about being a wrestler was sometimes you could just pretend to be someone else. But being a wrestler and a parent are the same thing. They both hurt, they're low paid, and you get covered in other people's excrement. So that's my thesis title. This will be a show in 3 parts, and you will come away feeling entertained and tired. My journey to becoming a parent began in 2012 when I walked into an underground club in Bethnal Green. It was in a railway arch. It smelled like a toilet because the toilets were not cleaned. The manager of the building offered me to come to a free taster session at his wrestling school. I hate exercise. I got tits when I was 9, and my nickname at school was Heather Fattenberg. But I love a freebie. So I found wrestling training to be like a really aggressive version of Keep Fit. But for the first time in my life, I was told to take up space and make more noise. And I was hooked. At the first training session, I saw a smaller male wrestler who was thrown around and caught by the larger male wrestlers. In the ring, he was a monkey, and he would spend half his time with one of his testicles hanging out of his pants, always on purpose. This man later became my husband. Anyway, I became a wrestler. I formed a group of friends and allies in my toilet railway arch. By day, I would be a, office worker. And by night, I'd be Lorana Venenosa, queen of the sewer. A sexy poisoned frog woman whose finisher was called the cunt drop. Rana spoke in this voice. Is it racist? I don't know. I'm a frog. It was during a 10-person wrestling match that I got kicked in the stomach and then got diagnosed with ovarian cancer. Boo! I found a 7-pound cyst on my right ovary, cystifer. I had cystifer removed, as well as my ovary, my fallopian tube, my appendix, and some other stuff. On the whole, I had lovely cancer. no chemo. I was back in the ring in 5 months. But the doctor did say if I wanted children, I should hurry up. So me, my husband, and both of his testicles booked a hot ovulation holiday to Gran Canaria called Fuckfest 2018. And I was miraculously knocked up. Wrestling had given me a husband, cancer, an identity, and now a baby. So I'd fought cancer, now I had to fight birth. Algorithms, strangers on the tube, and people with more money than me told me I had to buy things in order to give birth well, such as a balloon that inflated inside my vagina to stop me from getting a vaginus. A cushion for my bum for when I slept to stop me from crushing the baby already living inside me. As well as this, people really enjoyed telling me things that I could and couldn't do, such as eat coffee, drink coffee, eat ham, carry my own bag, take part in a wrestling match, run a cabaret show in my pants. But being told not to do these things meant that I just wanted to do them more. And I became a very angry pregnant woman who fantasized about eating sushi. Pregnancy is different for everyone, but I can confirm at no point did I feel sexy or glowy. I just felt sweaty. Before I had my first wrestling match, I fantasized at night about what it might be like. At training sometimes, I would execute everything perfectly and glow with pride. Other times, I'd fall over my own feet, question what I was doing with my life, and cry on the tube home. But the fact is, there's no way to prepare yourself for your first wrestling match. You can train over and over again. You can be in the best shape of your life, have the best gear in the world. It can still go wrong. But equally, you can have the shits and have the fight of your life. I didn't know this, but my local hospital, Lewisham, was the 4th best place to give birth in the country, actually voted on which. And I was taken on a tour of the jewel in its crown, the birth centre, which were 10 lilac, hushed, nicely lit rooms, each with their own oak cot, ensuite bathroom, double bed with sparkly head pillows, and birth pool. The resuscitators and oxygen tanks were hidden inside a cabinet. As I walked behind the other couples, moon-eyed at this stress-free encounter in the lilac dream palace, I realised there is no way to prepare for birth, and that made me feel better. When you get pregnant, you don't do it to give birth, you do it to get a baby. When you take up wrestling, you don't do it to get a baby either. I was just one of the exceptions. Anyway, so I got a baby. This isn't him, this is a stunt double. When you're a wrestler, you create a character, like I've created Rana. Now I had to be a different character. I had to be Mummy, and Mummy was going to perform the act of parenting. Parenting, for those of you who don't know, is an act involving one or more people engaged in a bout of raising a child. It may look like you stopped going to the pub for 18 years and then you're suddenly old, but it's actually the hardest job on the planet, and you do it 24 hours a day for no pay. You, the audience, know it's a show to an extent, but you can't help but become emotionally involved, cheering the goodies like ex-Princess Meghan Markle and booing the parties like never-to-be King Prince Charles. Now that I'd fought cancer and birth, I now had to fight expectations. For example, I've always dressed like this, brightly coloured hair, dungarees, Doc Martens, before I was a punk. I had a baby, I'm an earth mother, yogurt weaving snowflake with a child called something like River or Taka. People would ask me questions like, please tell me you're going to vaccinate your gender-neutral child, and are you also going to raise your baby vegan? I'm German, I love ham. Men of a certain age also started giving me unsolicited advice, always when a baby was crying, such as, my children knew from day one that whining would get them nowhere. And, you know, a childhood can be very lonely. When are you going to have another? My vaginus is still bleeding from this one, Uncle John. But thank you. No one asked me when I was going to start wrestling again. No one even spoke to me about adult things anymore. They just wanted to talk to me about how the baby slept and breastfeeding and when I was going to stop breastfeeding and if I was going to have another baby. And if I had another baby, would I get a double buggy? So as 2020 dawned, I vowed to myself that I was going to reclaim who Heather was. And I was going to do that by getting straight back in the ring, drinking wine, guilt-free whenever I felt stressed, and quitting my job in an office to concentrate on making art, which made me, on paper, an alcoholic housewife.
And now back here for more in-ring action in Heather's Subconscious. Our next bout is a fearsome battle between methods of modern parenting and our old rival, well, of everyone, the patriarchy. First to the ring, hailing from the ashes of baby boomer parenting, she weaves her own nappies, started her own baby feminist consciousness raising group, and the Daily Mail fucking hate her. Fighting for a better tomorrow, one Montessori at a time, it's Earth Mother. Joining her side in the ring is a staple of most fridges in the UK and the quickest way to numb dark 15-hour days of working and childcare. She is fruity, chilled to perfection, both sophisticated and cheap, retailing in at £6.99. It's lovely wine.
Before you go any further, I'm trying to be healthy. I'm just wondering, are you organic? Darling, I am all natural. This body was made for creating life. I don't want to put any toxins into this body.
I've got a toxin to put in your body!
And here comes their opponent. You may know him as Gavin. You may know him as Shit Dad. He invented the gender pay gap and thinks maternity leave is a holiday. He's here to tell you exactly how to give your child long-seated emotional problems. It's patriarchy.
Okay, so this is a big battle for us all today. Parents are being told constantly contradictory advice about how to raise their child, but there's not really a right or wrong way. Today's fight is to finally decide who knows their child best. Earth Mother, forward thinking for child rearing, versus the patriarchy who thinks that children should just stop whining so their mums can go back to being hot. And wine is there, of course, because she has become everyone's friend and she looks fabulous. Okay, referee, let me know when things are ready to go.
Ready? Ready. Ready? Yeah! Patriarchy, you ready? No, she's ready. Bring them out!
So sorry, I wasn't listening earlier. Are you the wives or the secretaries of the men I'm here to wrestle? I'm asking a question. We are the wrestlers. Cute. I mean, women can do anything men can do. Not as well! Hey. What? I just think, instead of this wrestling malarkey, how about you both kiss!
It's not that kind of wrestling show. But also, love is love, you know.
They are lovely. Yeah. What?
Yeah, take that! You fucking red trousers. Oh, a wonderful display of teamwork there. This could be it. Strong. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Okay.
Taking a picture. John!
Yeah. Take that, patriarchy, yeah. Earth Mother, of course, using all of the strength Yoda gave her. Oh! Probably learned that at Eton.
I've literally beaten 2 women. I'm twice as good as women.
Yeah, isn't it? That's it, go for the pin. That was like a night out. Okay. As Mother obviously taking the reins here, lovely one, very much encouraging her friends. Oh wait, beep, beep, beep. I hear a timer. There's a timer going off. There's an alarm. An alarm?
You're so supportive, lovely wine. You got this. That's my alarm. I gotta go. Express.
Okay, that was a breast pump alarm, so that's fine. Okay, well, Earth Mother's gone to express. It's okay. You got this, lovely wine. Just kick him. Just kick him. Just kick him. Yeah, give us some encouragement. Give us some encouragement. That's it. It's fine. You can do this.
Honestly, I don't want to find you. How about we both have a drink?
That is right. As we know from the last 2 years, the answer to all problems at the moment is get drunk. Okay, all right, okay. That's very alcoholic looking wine. There we go. Okay, yeah. Is this okay, Ref? That's not illegal, is it, technically? Both for you. Both for you. Okay, yeah, and the bottle. Yeah. Well, you should have bought your own, mate. Yeah?
You get none. Honestly, I think you're cool. I think we should just get really drunk together and just see what happens.
I'll take those. Lovely wine.
I'm full body. Oh yes, you are, baby. Honestly, your mate's absolutely no fun, but I can tell you're a lot of fun. She's had baby, she's got stuff going on.
I mean, this is a good idea. You just maybe have some water. Have some water. Yeah, that's true. You go, girl. Have some water. Have some water.
Are you okay? Oh, I'll be honest, that's a mistake.
Okay. Just, he's still.
What did you do to my meat? It was hot.
Yeah, fuck him up. Yeah! Earth Mother giving her a pound. Oh, no, that's not what this is. That's not what this is either. This is wrestling. It's not that.
I think you need to sit the rest of this. I just over them. Okay?
Earth Mother. Oh, landing in a stiff elbow there. Fantastic. Oh, what's coming next? This is going to be one of it.
You're very nasty now.
You go. Stay over there and stay away, okay?
Earth Mother again having to manage everyone's emotional baggage. Boom! But that was a beautiful move. Okay, this could be it. It's okay. It's okay. Still time. There's still time, Earth Mother. You can do it. Patriarchy, obviously, started of a certain age, so finding it hard to keep up with this sprightly pet. Oh, no.
Oh, you're my best friend.
Easy. And you are just making everything worse. Get in the way. You need to get out. No, you need to get out.
Hey, ladies.
Fuck off! I don't need you. Get out. You need me. I don't need you. Go.
Earth Mother, avoiding alcoholism there. I'm just asking lovely wine to go. All right, okay, yeah, I was going to have that, but, don't worry about it.
Not enough. Okay. I pushed that baby out of me, but everyone else seems to think they know what's best for me. Well, I don't need anyone. I especially don't need some wine.
That's right, she was distracted by her women problems.
No, I wasn't! What?
This could be it. She is truly doing it. Oh, that pesky patriarchy won't just give in. Life would be better without you. Okay. No! Right in the womb. Come on.
That's right. Oh,
This could be it, unfortunately, for Earth Mother as well. But still fighting back, using those reserves. Probably got her through a very long labour. Come on, give her some encouragement. So close. Both opponents down now. They're starting to count to see who can get to their feet first.
Honestly, why are you going to be so emotional all the time? Stop being
Emotional! I'm a grown human in me. My hormones have been all over the place, and they have a right to be emotional.
You know what? Being a mother, not that hard!
I like to be about everything. Unlike you, I don't know what's going on at work. I don't know what's going on with friends. I don't even really know who I am anymore.
And honestly, you're really shrill. It's a lot.
Let's just put a pin in this because something doesn't look right with Lovely Wine.
She is not as hot as she was earlier.
Get serious for a minute. There's something going on. Lovely Wine, are you okay?
Lovely Wine? You good girl? Lovely Wine?
You okay?
I don't think that wine's so lovely anymore. Lovely Wine looks kind of depressed and angry and terrifying. Oh Jesus! This match is taking quite a dark turn.
Maybe it was a wee bit harsh earlier, you know. I mean, everybody needs someone sometimes. Look, I'm trying to apologize. What's your problem?
Everyone has dark voices that talk to them sometimes, huh? And right now they're in the ring. Ref also terrified. Patriarchy terrified. Everyone terrified. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, ref. No. Ref, gonna stop everything. Yeah.
It's a new stop. No.
Both are saying it's down now. I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't like this. It's going in there. Oh no. This is not nice. Oh God. Okay. And they're going to submit. Okay, they've submitted. Okay. Yep. Okay. Come on, let go. And the winner is depression.
From this evening, I must give the British people a very simple instruction. You must stay at home. Because the critical thing we must do to stop the disease spreading between households.
It was after that when he went back to work, I think I really felt it. So, I had to do the night shifts as well as, look after him solely the whole day.
And then you could only see people from the garden, so it was very much on my own. I think at some points I was getting quite upset, wondering if I'm doing a good enough job and the rest of it. So because he was so small at that time, I couldn't even nap during the day. Like, I can't switch off. I struggled with that a lot, and I wish I could have.
She was 7 months old when my mum died, and having a 7-month-old and having your mum pass away, you haven't got time to grieve, and moments where you can cry are limited.
There's a woman that I never really spoke to her that much. We'd see each other because she'd swim regularly and stuff, and one day we got talking about probably the lockdown and whatever it was coming or whatever, and she asked me how I was doing anyway, and I explained that I was finding it really helpful to come because we'd experienced this miscarriage, and it was really helping me with that. And just talking to someone like that down the swimming pool about something that was so often harder to talk to about, like with your family or close people, it was like really important for me to be able to like externalize those words and externalize what happened through speech to someone. And she actually responded and said, oh yeah, I'd experienced that a couple of times, and she was saying, I come swimming here as well for the same kind of thing. And it was like amazingly unifying that we've been swimming these lanes like together for months.
On the 10th of March 2020, I went back into the wrestling ring for the first time since having a baby, and I felt stronger for getting back in the ring, for having given birth and coming back. The mask of Mummy was not in the building. It was in a box under my bed next to Rana. But that was the last time I wrestled, because then there was a fucking pandemic. Lockdown parenting was not what I expected it to be. In fact, I just was now a fully pram-pushing housewife. I had been trying to find a way to become Heather again, but there was no space for sojourns into whole life. Mummy's domain became inescapable, so I became Mummy. But Mummy kept me busy. I created a categorization system for the growing number of sensory items in my house, such as elastic bands, bubble wrap, and of course, the big hit, a cardboard box with holes pumped into it. I looked for hours on the internet to find ways to entertain my baby, which usually ended in him eating paint. And I cleaned passive-aggressively, always looking for the best way to get food stains out the carpet. I would go on my daily government-prescribed walk, and I would see other people pushing prams, and I would think, who are they behind their parent masks? Would they be the kind of person I'd go to the pub with if I was allowed? Do they also have a weird hobby that is now illegal under social distancing laws? I became really obsessed with screen time. I got really anxious whenever my kid had to talk to a relative on Zoom in case he got pulled into the world of TV capitalism. In fact, once we were in a park and I saw a Peppa Pig toy on the floor, and I pushed the pram past as fast as I could, going, "Don't look at it!" As if it was going to jump onto the pram, into my baby's skull, and eat his imagination. I fed my baby, I kept him smiling, and I still laughed at things, but I couldn't see a future. The future was just a bleak world of screens where we couldn't hug each other, and all love was administered through a process and a wall, like Love is Blind. And it was just an endless cycle of clearing up shit and food, and no one saying thank you, and me being stuck in a flat in Croydon for 24 hours a day. I'd get through to 4 o'clock when my husband and his testicles would get home. And then I would go upstairs, lie face down on my bed and scream into a pillow. And then I would lie still for 30 minutes. I didn't text anyone. I didn't call anyone, because they would just say things like, the first 18 years is really hard. And it's just what being a parent is like. And that's just what being a mum is like. In fact, it got to the point when people asked me how I was, I would just send them a picture of the baby doing something cute, just to avoid the question. And then there was one morning when Come On Eileen came on a radio and I couldn't stop crying. That's when I realised I was probably depressed.
wrestlers have a secret code called kayfabe. It's basically the method by which wrestling is pre-decided. Where we fake the falls, how we make a bloodthirsty fight out of something which is really a caring, intricate dance. But it means you're not supposed to complain. You're supposed to stay humble. You're supposed to accept all the hard bits. It's basically a really shit magician's circle. It means it can be a really lonely place if you're surrounded by people who don't know what it's like being a wrestler, that there's more to it than just punching people at the weekend. And I suppose you're supposed to pretend you know what you're doing all the time. And you are, supposed to be incredibly strong, because to show any weakness is to let the whole business of wrestling down. But it does mean you have shared solidarity with wrestlers whenever you meet them. On my daily government-prescribed walk one day, I bumped into another mum I'd met at the library. She took my number because she must have sensed I was going insane, or she was going insane too. She started a WhatsApp group of other parents recruited from across Croydon, and we all had babies the same age. So we'd meet up in the park and we'd push our prams around in the blistering heat and the rain. I fucking hate WhatsApp groups, but I stayed. First time I met these people, we only talked about our babies. But then I got to talk about who we were as people. We all talked about how we struggled during lockdown. And we all talked about how we had created these ridiculous expectations of parenting in our heads, which meant we were going to fail. We were all decided on one area of parenting we were particularly shit at, even though from the outside we were smashing it. For example, after months, I relented to my fear of screen time because it was 5 a.m. again, so we watched Sesame Street. And after 5 minutes, my kid got bored, found a fly swat, and pretended it was a Hoover. His imagination could definitely take on Peppa Pig. One thing I love about wrestlers is actually they're really nice. If you see someone doing something dangerous or wrong, you tell them in a spirit of camaraderie, not in a spirit of someone who's better than them. Wrestling is a great leveler. It's a different world than the one we inhabit. And it took me until lockdown to realise parenting is just a different world.
Welcome back to the ring for some more cathartic violence. Tonight we bring you an open challenge death match with the reigning queen of children's TV. She needs no introduction, but here is her introduction. Hailing from somewhere better than you, she's 9 foot tall, has the power to control the brain of every child under 5. She has copyrighted Jumping in Puddles, Pink, Laughter, and has diplomatic immunity. Weighing in at 500 pounds of pure evil, it's Peppa Pig. And who will face her? Who will shine a light as the dark forces of capitalism invade the imaginations of the young, captive COVID generation? Hailing from the back of the cupboard, made of wonder, rainbows, and the weird shapes that children draw with crayons, he's known to the world as the child's imagination. But in my house, his name is Mr. Wachowski.
This is a death match. Unlike traditional wrestling matches, weapons can be used and there is no disqualifications. The winner is the last person, pig, or manifestation standing. These rules have been set by Peppa, who we can see is already preparing her corner with a cacophony of her merchandise. Who knows what we have in store for us? Ref, when you're ready.
Peppa, are you ready? Yeah! Imagination of dreams. Are you ready? Woo! Bring them out!
Okay, Mr. Wachowski versus Peppa Pig. Squaring up. And it looks like we're going to start this with rock, paper, scissors. We're doing rock, paper, scissors. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, Peppa Pig. Paper covers rock. Come on, Mr. Wachowski. You can do it.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, paper covers rot. Yes, Mr. Pachowski.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, scissor off. Oh, Jesus. Okay. No, the pig's going in. Okay. We can do nothing about that because it's a death match. Let's just hope he doesn't die. That Peppa Pig using all of her £300 there. Oh. Come on, Mr. Pachowski, you can do it. Oh, God. She did make a pact with Satan, so you're going to have to try quite hard. Come on, mister, give him some encouragement. What's that? He's got something. It looks like a door. You found a door, Mr. Pachowski? Oh, straight in the face! Quickly, grabbing this moment, using the door straight in the face of Peppa Pig. Oh, scissors. Oh, nasty. Okay, in the eyes. Okay, it's quite violent. Yeah, there we go. What's the? Oh, up the nose, and then in the other eye. She deserves it. Don't worry. Okay, all right. Now, will she submit to this? It's a camel clutch. That's it. Come on, Peppa. Give in. She can. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's what she looks like under the head. Okay. All right. No one was expecting that. Okay, you're terrifying. Oh, dear. Mr. Pachowski, I think you made Peppa cross. Oh, God. What's she doing? Oh, she's got tiny versions of herself on her hands. Oh, God. Oh, choked to death by Peppa Pig. Taste that bacon. Oh, Mr. Pachowski, you've got to fight back. It's going to be okay. What's she? Oh. Oh no. Mr. Pachowski's been brainwashed. Oh. What's she got in her bag? Oh. Okay. I mean, I think they're toxic. Come on, Mr. Pachowski, fight back. Don't be labelled. No, come on. No one owns your child's imagination. Oh, that one there. Okay. Oh, another present. Oh, good. Another present. It's a picture of me. Okay, that's quite nice, isn't it? That's quite nice. Just putting it in his hand. Oh no, surely no. Oh, that's gonna smart his imagination finger. Oh. Mr. Pachowski, come on, snap out of it. Oh, Jesus. Come on, Mr. Pachowski, you can fight back now, using the power. Oh. Come on, Mr. Pachowski. Do it for the kids. Give us some encouragement. Pachowski. Oh. Sausages. Peppa Pig is now choking imagination with the skin of her brethren. That's creepy. Some Leatherface shit. Is Mr. Pachowski going to give up? You're giving him... That's a snake! It's a snake! It's actually not sausages, it's a snake! It's a snake! The snake is choking! The sausage snake! That's wrong. Okay, all right. What's Mr. Pachowski doing now? Oh, he's come up with a cunning... Oh, a pen? Chalk. He's drawing...
could it be? I think it's a portal to another dimension. It looks like he's doing something to the floor and he's going in. What's he gonna pull out? It looks like a guitar. Okay. You like music, don't you, Pepper? There we go. That's nice, isn't it? Oh! Yeah, you feel that blood and electric wood all over your face. What's Mr. Wachowski got now? A kazoo! In your eye! Okay, Mr. Wachowski, what's he going to get out now? Another instrument? Oh, it's a gun? Is that a gun? Okay, I don't know if we have guns in death matches. Oh, God. Maybe you asked for this, Pepper. Maybe you asked for it. Oh, it's a trombone. Oh, okay. Phew! Okay. Nice. I've never shown my child guns. What can I say? Oh, but still, gonna take that, bitch! Yeah! Come on, Mr. Wachowski, this could be it. Oh, that Pepper's still got some steam in her. Come on, Mr. Wachowski, you can keep going. You can do this. Oh, that may have looked like a tiny backsack, but it's actually made of reinforced concrete. Oh, God, what's she got in there? Oh, money. Yes, Peppa Pig has lots of money. Oh, God. You don't need money, Mr. Wachowski.
You ready?
Oh, God. Come on, Mr. Wachowski. Fight back. You can do it. Come on, Mr. Wachowski. You can fight back. Come on, everyone. Give him some encouragement. He's fueled by dreams and love. That's it. He's using the power of the imagination. You can do it, Mr. Yeah! This could be it. Ugh. So close. So close. It was good. Oh, what's he doing now? He's doing something with the portal. What's he? Just picking up the portal. Picking up the portal. Okay, what's it gonna go in? Oh. She seems to be trapped in a vacuum of dreams and creativity. No one can hear you scream in the vacuum of a child's imagination. Peppa Pig is lost in drowning in creativity. Okay, I think. Okay, do you want to just check on her? I think this could be it, guys. I think this could be it. Okay, all right. We've got until the count of 3, 1. Oh, God, she's indestructible. Oh! This could be it. This could be it. Hey! And the winner is Mr. Wachowski. Peppa Pig has floated off forever into a hole of obscurity, back to the plains of Valhalla, where she belongs. What an incredible show, ridiculous listeners there from our competitors. And now, back to Mummy.
Are the sort of product of your own parents' parenting, and sometimes you can be heavily blinded by what you think your assumptions of what parenting is or should be or can, or because it's just like you're blinded by what you are the product of almost. And I think sometimes being able to realize, oh, your parents are just two different sort of people as well, trying their best and getting things wrong, getting things right, and just doing it their way, and kind of crediting them for that.
Isolation, but not in a necessarily a bad way, because I quite enjoyed playing with everybody, and I quite enjoyed the excuse of being like, well, I can't see anyone anyway, so I'll just stay in my little bubble of nothingness. We are fortunate to have, like, you know, Ebony is lovely, as well as being intense. Like I don't think I could have survived a lockdown without having the distraction of a child.
But I think on the whole, I actually felt really good. There was a big level of stress that just wasn't there anymore, and I didn't have to think about it in the way that I had. And that was actually just a huge relief, and actually just enjoying being a parent in a way that I never would have been able to do before was just really insightful for me.
Although we don't have a village, we have a home, we have each other, we have a lot of love for each other, we have a lot of love to give. And that's all we needed to give our baby.
After almost a year in lockdown, the news broke in my wrestling community that the Toilet Railway Arch, which is where I discovered wrestling and it had directly led me to being pregnant, was closing its doors forever. But if a deadly virus was going to manifest itself anywhere, it would be somewhere where the urinal was just not plugged in. I felt a massive sense of loss for my coaches, for my friends, and for anyone who was yet to discover the joys of fake violence. And the fact was, it was surreal to think that I would never open that rusty door behind which was a ring literally made out of my blood, sweat, and tears. The fact is that when I opened that door, I never could have expected that Heather Fattenberg would have ended up wrestling in York Hall in front of 1,500 people. And I never thought when I got pregnant that I could have expected what was coming next, like a fucking pandemic. But the fact is that I looked for baddies to fight because I couldn't understand why parenting was so difficult. And it's difficult because being a parent and just a parent is really fucking hard. But, you know, maybe wrestlers aren't that weird for wanting to put different masks on sometimes. When meeting my baby for the first time, someone said to me, "You'll never be Heather again now. You know that, right? You're mummy." And they were right. I am mummy. I'm also Rana. I'm also going to be hundreds of versions of myself that I don't know yet. In fact, I've got no fucking idea who I am. But I wiped my baby's ass and I wrote this show. So there you go. I told you you'd be tired.
What an ending, darling.
Hello?
I'm sorry, darling, but that sounds like an excuse to me. You don't have to be one thing. Sounds a little bit like you might be very shit at a lot of different things.
Excuse me, but you can't just come in here and tell me how to finish my show, unless you're the Arts Council. Are you the Arts Council?
No. I'm the Arts Council's mummy.
Hailing from the streets of Islington. She's toned, well paid, and her children are all very clean. She wrote the blog on how to potty train your child in one day. Her parents live nearby, so she can find time to go to the gym. Her bra is underwired, her pelvic floor is like iron, and she is #blessed beyond belief. It's the manifestation of all Heather's insecurities. It's Yummy Mummy!
Oh, save it for your therapist, Croydon!
Hello. My Land Rover's parked outside. Can we keep it snappy?
How come you got a dress?
I made it in my sewing class. Did you make those dungarees?
No, they're from ASOS.
Unethical then.
Okay, excuse me, why are you here?
I'm just a reminder from your subconscious that you spent the whole show talking about your battles with parenthood without coming to a cathartic conclusion of your insecurities.
That's a good point, but that's also, that's not the point, really, is it? It's just that there is no ending and identity is fluid and we're never really one person, and we should celebrate that by doing some weird stuff like wrestling or dancing to Come On Eileen.
I'm afraid that's not good enough, Heather. You've been saying that you're a parent and a wrestler? Well, I'm here for the main event. Cry me a river.
Oh, you want to fight me? Yeah, you want to fight me? Yeah, all right. Yeah, I'll fight her, right? Yeah, go play my music. Yeah, fucking.
Hailing from Bury St Edmunds, Suffolk, you spent over an hour listening to her talk, so you're hopefully emotionally invested in her winning a fight. It's Heather Vandenberg.
Gosh, they came off quickly.
Yeah, I'm actually 7 months pregnant.
Well, I'm 7 months pregnant too. I'm just not showing. So small. Listen, I don't want to harm my unborn child by wrestling you. So you, Heather, you will be wrestling my son. Here he comes now. He's had another growth spurt. He's half Danish. Everyone I know is half Danish. His name is Wilfred Wilfred. The second Wilfred is silent. He works for the IMF. He's saving for his pensions, and he's only 3 years old. He loves to snuggle with Mummy. It's not weird, I'm just proud. Here he is. Give it up for my son. Isn't he gorgeous, darling? You can't wrestle in those jeans. I had to have them specially made. Please take them off. Good boy. Don't listen to me, darling. It's not weird, I'm just proud.
Okay, I just absolutely don't want to wrestle your son. I don't want to do that. Because you guys are just metaphors. So we can. Ow! That's real fucking violence.
Heather, either wrestle my enormous son or grow the fuck up.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to be someone I don't want to be. I don't want to be the person that my fucking guilt tells me to be.
Well, that's unfortunate for your children.
Oh, don't bring my fucking children into this.
My God, who is this coming to the ring? It looks like it can't be, but it is. It's Heather's son from the future.
Take your filthy lips off of my man. I will be a world champion wrestler, a devoted father, or a cancer scientist. She's fine the way she is.
Yeah, I do. Shut up. Okay, well, actually, it looks like it's our main event of the night. A surprise fight between the manifestations of Heather's insecurities, son.
Do it for Kensington, darling.
Shut up. And the seemingly perfect version of my son. And tonight they're going to decide if Heather, me, Mummy, should get a proper job or just stay as she is. So, returning to the ring is the referee. He's also my husband and baby's dad, but we're not going to go into that now. Okay, just going to take those. Yeah, it's all right, honey. You just... Oh, fuck off! Think about! Come on, give me some encouragement. Oh! Very good, darling. Yes! Come on, baby! You can do it! Come on, baby! Baby!
You shut down. Come on.
Come on, I know he's bigger than you, but you've got a great personality!
You're doing a brilliant job, Wilfred.
Come on, you can do it, honey. Come on, baby, baby.
Go on, darling.
Come on, sort it out! You're not supposed to do that! Come on, honey, put it back. It's okay. Jesus Christ. Come on, use your imagination. Very good. Come on, baby, you can do it. It's okay. It's all right. Think of all of those bananas and breast milk I fed you. Come on. Yes!
That's it. You can do it. Yes, come on. Come on, baby, you can do it. Baby, baby, baby.
You can take your shirt off if you like.
No one's impressed. Yeah, don't encourage it. That's fine. Come on, kiddo, you can do it. Come on, baby, you can do it. Okay, come on, that's it. Get him in those abs. Ow. Come on, baby, you can do it.
You stop shouting for that baby.
Come on, baby, 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 baby. Yeah! Come on, honey, all you need to do is hit it. You can do it.
I told you it. Oh.
Come on, yes, baby, you can do it. Come on, you can do it, baby. Come on, baby, you can do it. You're so close. Yeah. It's okay, just do the pin, honey. 1, 2. Fuck's sake, Fraser, count faster. Come on, honey, you can do it. Come on.
No. Must not make any noise. Everybody shut up. Yes, come on. Very good. 1, 2, 3.
Come on, boy, you can do it. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Baby, baby, baby.
My son.
Baby,
That's my son.
baby, baby, baby.
Shut up and leave him alone.
Shut up. No one puts baby in the corner, that's right.
So literally just put him in the corner.
Yes,
Put him in the corner.
Shut up. Come on, get it down. You can do it. Push him off. No, come on. You can... Oh. Can you just check on Daddy? Just check on Daddy. Come on, honey. You can do it. Come on. The referee's obviously down, so then the match can't be won. You can just come on. Just finish him. Yeah, we'll wake him up. It's going to be fine. Your son's come on. You can do it. Come on, baby. You can do it. That is illegal. That is not allowed. That is not allowed. That's not. No. Oh, Jesus.
My baby.
No.
Okay, my son's clearly in a little bit of bother here. I think he needs some help. Can anybody help him? Please help my lovely son. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
I also need help. I need help. Come on, baby, you can do it. Baby.
for John Dirty. Oh, come on, you mean everything.
I'll let you know. Okay, we are live, and my name is Rebecca Biscuit. This is Nala. She is here because Heather lives in Croydon, and that is the reason she's using for her technology not working. But she is here in audio form. Do you want to say hi, Heather?
Oh, hi, sorry, world. Hello, tens of people out there.
Hopefully you can all hear her. Apparently we've got some sort of delay. Not sure what delay that is, but I'll talk slowly and pat the dog and slowly introduce Heather's voice, Heather Vandenberg, who wrote the show you just saw, wrote and performed the show you just saw whilst 7 months massively pregnant with her second child. Heather, how are you doing?
I am full of child, but well, thank you.
Heather is going to do a little introduction to herself and to the background of her and the show. And then I'm going to ask her a couple of questions about the making of the show and her work. And then we're going to open up for any questions from the audience who just saw the live stream of the digital production of Mummy Versus. Thank you so much for joining us for this. So Heather, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Heather Vandenberg. I am a performance artist who accidentally took up wrestling in 2012. And since then, I have been on a sideways journey to making theatre. Mummy Versus is my first full-length show, not about Cher. So my work specialises in stuff that is DIY, that is about oversharing, and is evangelical about certain subjects that I'm interested in, specifically Cher and wrestling. Basically, I try and make art that opens the door to things that the audience might not know about, and go, look at this thing. This is amazing. This is why I love this thing. Please come inside and learn some more. And I think that before I took up wrestling, I didn't really feel at home in any space other than the wrestling arena, because wrestling requires you to give yourself fully to making completists of yourself in order to fully embody either a force of good or evil. So this whole idea of everyone, you know, the audience having like a full time going away, that's my cat.
Hi, Jean-Luc.
Hi, Jean-Luc.
They can't see you. Heather, they can't
sorry?
see. I just remembered they can't see you, so don't worry about the cat.
Oh, great. Okay. That makes life a bit easier. So basically, what I really like about wrestling is that the audience are completely encouraged to come into the performance stage. Just like that, you're the third person essentially in the performance, because you have to cheer and you have to boo. And though you may not know it, the wrestlers are entirely basing their performance on your reaction, on whether certain moves make you have certain reactions, as to whether the wrestling is going the way they want to go in order to tell a story. So this complete sort of openness and bringing in the audience, even if you're in a costume and pretending to be someone completely different, is really what I try and bring to my work. So that's who I am. So I wrestled for Lucha Britannia. I wrote a book on feminism in wrestling because I basically had to learn about wrestling on the job while training. I have helped I've helped found a number of female and queer wrestling promotions in London. I have wrestled in places like Your Call as a disgusting frog woman, but what I'm most known for is being a very angry feminist commentator in wrestling, and how we should be able to reclaim it as a space that isn't just about big men in little pants shouting at each other, and how it can essentially be a violent panto where anything can happen. I wrote a book in 2019 called Ladylike Girls Guide to Wrestling, which Mick Foley really likes. So if you know who he is, then you should know that I'm okay. In 2018, I started a performance night called I Need to Share, because Cher is essentially my deity, and I had so much knowledge about her that I couldn't hold it within my person, so I had to start a club night to tell people about it. So basically the whole idea was people coming together entirely under their love of Cher. We started off in a sweaty basement, and we've ended up making a theatre show about it. So based on that, Mummy Versus is a show about bringing together wrestling and the domestic sphere. So when I became a parent, I wasn't necessarily prepared for how difficult it was going to be, but I certainly wasn't prepared for how the difficult things like the sleeplessness, the fact childcare is horrendously expensive, the fact people just start referring to you as mummy, and you become like just a sort of like whoever you were before stops really existing. I wasn't really prepared for all of these things to happen, and I'd gone from being feeling quite a powerful persona to someone who was mummy. And then so I started to think about ways that I could bring parenting and wrestling together. And then the pandemic happened, and literally the most mundane things in my life, like who does the washing up or whether I should let my child watch Peppa Pig, became these huge fights within my own life. And I got so sick of kind of having to apologise to people for telling these stories that were completely taking over my life, even though they were making me depressed and it was my entire world. So based on that, I realised that instead of making wrestling characters about, like men with names like Darren Bloggs, who's really hard and whose backstory is that he hates people who don't respect him, and that's boring. Whereas you could have a wrestling character that's based on something like the pelvic floor, which has been developed over many millions of years and is ignored by most women until they have to have a child. That's a more interesting backstory, I think, for a wrestling character than just the sort of things that patriarchal society tells us are acceptable as like figures of strength and violence. So that's kind of where the idea came from. Then the pandemic happened, and I realised that behind closed doors there was probably lots of other people going through this. So I came up with this idea. I applied for Arts Council funding. I was very lucky that I got it, and I decided to make a wrestling show, a reality. So I did a audition, basically calling out to people who were wrestlers, but I didn't necessarily want people who were well known or had this many titles and this many years of training. I wanted people who were interesting, who were performers, who were interested in playing with what wrestling was and using it as a performance technique rather than just doing the normal wrestling show. And I had over 60 applicants, which I whittled down to 20, and I did an audition process with Thomas Dawkins, who's an amazing wrestling choreographer who worked on the project, and his partner Claire Hefford, where we whittled it down to a cast of 11 people. And my cast are lovely, continue to be lovely. They're a huge mix of wrestlers. Wrestling shows, the people at the top tend to be white men. So I felt very strongly that they should be in the minority in my show. So we've got like a beautiful, diverse cast of people who would never have got the opportunity to perform in this kind of context or in front of this live audience without being in this kind of show. And it basically was like a really fun, creative experiment for quite a lot of the wrestlers to go on. Instead of turning up at training and just sort of throwing each other around a bit and then doing a show with characters that we've been working on individually for years and years, we had to like meet over Zoom and talk about, how the NHS would walk or talk if they were a wrestling character. And then we had to do things like we're essentially like Dungeons and Dragons exercises on Zoom because we couldn't meet in person. And then eventually, about a month before our show, we finally got to meet each other in person. Everyone got to wrestle each other for the first time. And I had a really amazing opportunity to see wrestlers who were not only come back out of not trying wrestling for over a year, but trying out completely new characters and wrestling opponents maybe they'd actually never met in real life, which is quite uncommon in wrestling because it's such a small community. And it was just so incredible to see what natural improvisers wrestlers are. And it made me sort of realise that as a performance technique, wrestling is really something that's been overrated and overlooked for many years. So anyway, we got to the point where we did the show in June, which you've just seen. So there's no point in me really talking about that. But it had a really great reception from our audience. For quite a lot of them, it was the first time they've been to see a theatre show or a wrestling show ever. In some cases, no one has ever seen a wrestling show, but to see it outside, to go from being in lockdown to see something so big and spectacular and silly and bold. So a lot of them said it was a really amazing experience. Our crowd was great. It was like a mix of wrestling fans and theatre goers and parents and people who had never really, on the whole, seen something like this before. And that's kind of where I wanted to go with this piece, was bringing together all of this, like the narrative of the domestic and like the spectacle of wrestling, but also the poignancy of political theatre. So hopefully that happened. Anyway, the audience were happy, so that's great. So the next step with this show is based on sort of what has and hasn't worked during creating the show. We're going to be trying to apply for more funding from Arts Council. We need to basically find a way of making this show scalable so it's tourable. I'm interested in working with local parents based on where I'm going to be touring to get their narratives as told in the show, so it's not the same parents every time. I'm interested in working with different wrestlers, potentially in different roles. But the main thing that I'm quite interested in about how I can move this project forward is I need to realign it with where we're going after lockdown. How has parenting changed since lockdown? Like, what have we learned generally in the UK or about being a parent, full stop? Because there's a lot of things happening at the moment in terms of pressure on the government from groups like Pregnant and Then Screwed to try and get things moving to make childcare at least a little bit fucking affordable in this country. So hopefully, with all of this exciting political current, everything coming out of hibernation again, wrestling having a look at itself generally in ways that it could become more approachable as an art form, because obviously theatres and wrestling promotions have both suffered during lockdown. Like, that's kind of where we're hoping to go next. So that's me talked.
You've answered quite a lot of the questions that have come through. I'm just going to go through them and see.
Sorry.
Great work, mate.
Like I'm psychic. Brilliant.
Yeah. So we've had questions which was what inspired you to create Mummy Wrestling, which I think you went into quite well there. And then the other questions are all about wrestling. I think it's quite telling that people want to know more about it as an art form, because it is kind of mysterious and hiding behind this sort of kayfabe.
Yeah.
So the questions were, again, I think you've answered these, but if you want to go into stuff anymore, were there? Oh, there's loads more suddenly just come through. So what, I think you've answered. How did you choreograph the routines? And that came through the Zoom improv workshops with the wrestlers, and then they choreographed their own wrestling routines, or was that with Tom Dawkins as well?
So the choreographing of wrestling is really interesting, because basically when you train to be a wrestler, it can take you so many years, because you're basically learning an endless combination of dance moves that you work out in collaboration with your partner. You usually get a couple of hours to figure out a wrestling match, whereas we, as Becca, went through a rehearsal process over the Zoom, because I was like, well, we need to at least be able to replicate these matches a few times. But it was amazing. Like, basically we created these characters. Wrestling is you sort of embody a character and then you take it to the ring using these dance steps, and then that's how you create a match. So the wrestlers kind of took the lead really with pretty much all of the storytelling in their match. Tom Dawkins was the person who they then showed it to and would give them feedback, whether it would be, maybe take this move out, try this move, try doing something else. I think some of the most funny or effective parts of the wrestling matches that you saw were completely down to the wrestlers just embodying those characters. I think Patriarchy, the drag king, was a perfect example of someone who just was like, well, I completely understand who this character is, literally wrote every single one of their lines, came up with all of their moves. And that's kind of how we plan matches, is basically when you're a wrestler, you get told who's going to win. And then that's all you get. And maybe a wrestler, you know, maybe the promoter will give you how they want it to be. But that's all you get.
So
again, it is a kind of improvisation that we were very lucky to be able to have so many people so skilled at doing.
So one of the questions was about did anything come up when you started rehearsing this physically? So you've answered that in that it is usually semi-improvised wrestling, so there wouldn't be much rehearsing of anything really. And during this process, you didn't really have much time with the physical people in the room, did you? So even if you planned out all these characters and stuff like that, there wasn't much time to see it actually happen before we
it wasn't it wasn't so much that I think that these probably could have been rehearsed in a couple of days if the wrestlers had the characters down and stuff. But it was more we actually had to meet a number of times in person because, sorry, the rain's just come down really loudly where I am.
We can't hear it, don't worry.
But it was more the wrestlers physically hadn't wrestled for over a year. So it wasn't so much that it was about going through the matches over and over again. It was doing things like, so how do I, again, jump off the top rope and not kill myself?
Yeah.
So rehearsing became more about training and practicing the act of wrestling and teaching our bodies to remember that it's okay to throw yourself over backwards.
Right.
And I think that was very vital. But also, I think learning to wrestle, you do build a sense of camaraderie because you are doing something dangerous and silly and very physical. So it actually, I think, brought everyone closer together doing that.
We've got a couple more questions. I've got some for you, but there's so many coming through that I want to stick with the ones that are coming through because we haven't time left.
Okay.
I'm going to group them together. There's all as well talking about the rehearsal rooms and process. For example, Heather, were there any elements left in the rehearsal room that you'd like to bring back in its new form? And on the flip side of that, since this is a piece based on your personal experience, did you have to kill any darlings in the writing process?
Yes. I had
use that phrase at you once a week minimum.
I had in terms of killing your darlings.
So basically, did you kill any darlings? And are there any of those darlings that you would like to reanimate and drag their corpse to the next
there was
version?
a lot of dancing that I didn't get to do.
But your son was the choreographer for the dancing, wasn't he? Your 1.5-year-old son.
My 1.5-year-old son choreographed some amazing dance moves. We had the song Common Eileen in the show 9 times in various forms, which we had to remove for the version you've just seen. Sorry about that. But we did, for example, Becca remixed a quote, basically just like a woman listing all of the things that you are not supposed to do when you're pregnant, like eat ham, chill prawns, and to the beat of Common Eileen. With the dog routine, I feel like that's something that the world has to see, but unfortunately not that. I think I'm interested to see, there was quite a lot of ranting that I had to miss out. I think the show could have been significantly more political, but there was always this worry that you don't want to talk completely on behalf of every single parent's experience. And I think balancing that, making it so personal, and then having the voices of the parents, I feel like there needs to be more of a sort of call to arms, really, in the next version of the show.
Well, talk about the next version of the show. Someone's asked a question. It's really easy in these physically demanding productions for the energy to reach a high explosive level and then stay at the high explosive level. Is there development on this project where you'd be open to finding more moments of quieter or intense stillness?
Yeah,
so that's sort of the next version of the show. We could talk about what you're planning for that.
Yeah, I think for the next version, think we're going to have possibly one less match, or we're going to have some kind of physical action, as you say, that kind of brings the tone down. I think originally the parts where we talked about depression were a lot longer in the show.
I really enjoyed the reaction of the wrestlers in the ring. So I was there for the rehearsals and the sort of get-ins for the show, and like Heather said earlier, a lot of the audience hadn't seen wrestling or hadn't seen theatre, and a lot of the wrestlers in the show hadn't been in a theatre show or around for a theatre show, and watching some of the wrestling audience and some of the wrestlers deal with the even small short bits about depression in this show, just sort of like blindsiding them with emotion and stillness, was fun.
Yeah, I think it was there was a really funny experience for me, which at the time I found infuriating, but now I find quite funny, was that one of the showing audience members were chanting for the wrong character. They were chanting for Peppa Pig to win, and I had no control over that. And I realised that was because they didn't understand what a wrestling show was. They didn't understand that you have to cheer for the goodie and boo the baddie.
Yeah, so
it's things like that.
So that's people who don't understand wrestling trying to get involved.
Yeah, and I thought, okay, well, they're trying to get involved, and I can't, like, the moments of quiet, it's difficult to get those in a wrestling show because you want people to be as involved as possible, but that means you can't say when they can't be involved or they're being involved in the wrong way.
Yeah, there was I was sat in the gallery for the two shows, and you get, I don't know if anyone watching is used to going to live wrestling shows, but you get like wrestling nerds who all follow wrestlers around, and they come out to all wrestling shows and they shout and they're ready. And there was a group of wrestling fans up in the gallery who were so up for it and were drunk and were shouting, and then just didn't know what to do with themselves during the still depression moments. So we're sort of trying to chant and shout and talk during your monologues, but it wasn't out of any sort of spite or anything like that. It was just them trying to participate in a bit that is no longer participatory. And so I suppose that's for the next version, is how do you manage the different communities and their responses, and do you respond in turn to their different responses?
Well, this is it. It's like, do you when you're delivering a monologue about your experience with postnatal depression, do you deal with hecklers? It's like, that's just not something that you
don't normally have to deal with that in theatre.
My husband, who is the ref in the show, but also is in real life my husband and a wrestler. He's exactly one of these people. He loves to get drunk and goes to shows and shout, and he regularly goes to Becca's shows and just shouts.
Yeah, we know when Fraser's in the house.
Yeah, just approval. He's like, I liked that. It's like, you know. But the thing is, all of my art that I've made to date, like, you know, all my shows that I've made about Cher, you know, I say things like, oh, Cher, you know, was dyslexic, didn't finish high school, but she's written 4 books. Woo! And get the audience to cheer, because that's, you know, and clearly I need that collaboration and that kind of validation from the audience in order to know I'm doing my show right. Maybe it's my fault.
We got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to ask a couple of questions since we brought it back to Fraser. Don't apologise, Heather.
Don't bring it back to Fraser. Bring it back to Fraser.
Well,
I don't know.
These are sort of like house or home questions. People wanting to know: are you, the dad, and his testicles and the baby doing okay? Just a nice. Someone's just doing some nice caregiving.
We're really happy. We're really happy that the show that I've been making while 7 months pregnant is now mainly finished. I can focus on the last month of my pregnancy. The baby's is great. He has not ever seen wrestling, so we tried showing him some wrestling and he got really bored and walked off. So that was my review. We were all very well. This hasn't led to divorce. I think it brought us close together, and I think actually it really helped my husband understand really what the last year's been like. I recommend all couples or people with children make an Arts Council funded wrestling show about their experiences.
Good advice. And does Rana come out at home? La Rana venenosa, the poisonous frog. Does she ever come out at home? Like, I'm guessing that's a question about sex play.
I can imagine that's a question about sex. So my mask does sit above my bed, just because there's nowhere else for it to fit, and the baby now points at it and goes, "Mama," which is no, we've got Rana doesn't come out at home unless she's being good. She's come out for a while because she's not very child friendly. But I do have another character who's a wrestler called Babe Cthulhu, which is an octopus. It comes out quite a lot, so she'll probably make an appearance at some point, but I don't. Yeah, she's. It's been a lot about her throughout my career. It's time to talk about me, I think.
I want to ask or to bring something up just before we wrap it up. And I just wanted to get angry about the childcare crisis just briefly, because you said you sort of floated that it comes up and you want to bring out more, and that it was sort of like the genesis of the show was your experience of the childcare crisis. And I know we cut a lot of it out in this version, but it might come back. And just wanted to talk a little bit, tell us a little bit like what's going on. I know that the UK has the second most expensive childcare in the world, and it's kind of prohibitively expensive, like especially for women. It always ends up falling on women who take the career hit and the financial hit for that sort of stuff. So do you want to get angry about it for the last 2 minutes?
Yeah, for the last 2 minutes. For fuck's sake, how is this still a problem? Okay, lockdown meant a lot of people were suddenly stuck at home with their children and realised that actually looking after children isn't really hard. It's a full-time job, and the majority of women, like, you physically cannot work and look after a child. The only way I've been able to do it is I didn't spend any of my maternity leave money. I literally lived like none in order to have some kind of income so that I could afford a childminder 1 morning a week when my son was 1. I know people who have gone back to work in order to keep their sanity, because they are, for example, a GP, but they're actually, it's costing them money to work, and it is always women. And one of the good things that has come out of lockdown is that even though it has sent women back to the 70s, because over half the people who've lost their job during COVID are women, and it is usually because they can't afford to go back to their hours are being cut because they're part-time workers, because they can't afford to work full-time and also have people looking after their kids. The whole system is built on this assumption that you have loads of money, or your husband can pay for your childcare, can earn enough so that you don't need to worry about it, or you have family nearby. And it needs to end, because it's ridiculous that just to do this interview, I've had to pull someone to come out to Croydon for 4 hours because I can't afford to charge someone £60 to look after my son for 4 hours so that I can talk relatively lucidly about my own work.
Speaking of which, that's the 1 minute wrap up. You spoke incredibly lucidly. Childcare costs well spent there, or well saved on that 4 hours.
Imagine if I'd spent 60 quid so you could have heard that sentence. How much? That is how much it costs. £7.50 for this. This cost me £7.50. This technical debacle.
Well, thank you very much, everyone who's asked questions. They've been really involved and engaged, and I'm sorry you didn't get to see Heather on the screen, but believe me, she is here and she looks great. And Heather, where can they find you if they need more information?
If you have not had your question answered, please can you tweet me and I shall answer it directly.
And what's your Twitter?
At Rana, R-A-N-A, bites back. At Rana bites back. Rana, like Spanish for frog, or that pasta.
And your book is called
Unladylike, A Girl's Guide to Wrestling, available on Amazon Bound.
And you can also
tweet me your questions if I've not answered them, and I shall attack them now.
And you can visit Heather's website. And I'm Rebecca Biscuit. I make work with a group called Shit Theatre. We're on at the Soho in September. If you like live theatre and free, there is a feedback form and it is on demand. Please ask if you'd like to give feedback to Croydon, Heather, myself, or the institution of the Guildhall. We hope you have a wonderful whatever day it is.
Goodbye,
Yeah,
Heather.
thank you. Thank you for being here. Have a lovely day.
Bye, everyone. I don't know how to hang up. I'm just going to stay here. I'm going to put